Good afternoon. I'd like to call December 14th, 2021 Johnston County Board of Education to order. At this time, Ms. Dublin, we do have a quorum. All 7 board members are present. I would like to call on Mr. Ronald Johnston for the invocation, followed by Mr. Al Byrd, Pledge of Allegiance.
If everyone bow their heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask your guidance as we conduct business for Johnston County Public Schools. Lord, we appreciate all your blessings and know you're in control, and may all of our actions today reflect your glory, and we ask that you watch over our students, employees, and families. We pray if one doesn't know you, Lord, they come to know you through the Son. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
The republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Per Board Policy 2200, the Johnston County Board of Education will have an organizational meeting for the election of a chair and vice chair at the regularly scheduled December meeting. At this time, I will open the floor for nominations for chair.
Dr. Bracy, I request that Todd Sutton remain as chairman for this coming year.
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations? If there are no other nominations, I declare nominations closed. Those in favor of Mr. Todd Sutton remaining as chair, please vote by acclamation. Please raise your right hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bracy. Thank you, board members. As I've stated in the past, this gavel is our gavel, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve as chairman for the next year, but also appreciate each and every one of you around this table is what we bring to the board. When we're together, we're stronger than just one of us, and I appreciate the ideas and just the discussions we have around this board, because our main goal is student achievement and taking care of our staff, as well as taking care of our students' safety. So I really appreciate the opportunity and will not take it lightly. So at this time, I will entertain motions for vice chair for the coming year.
I recommend that Ms. Sessoms remain as vice chair for the coming school year.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second for Ms. Sessoms to remain as vice chair for the coming year. Any other nominations? Okay, I move that nominations be closed. At this time, all in favor of Ms. Sessoms being vice chair for the upcoming year, raise your right hand. Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations, Ms. Sessoms.
And as Mr. Sutton said, I don't take this responsibility lightly, and I just appreciate your vote of confidence, and we will all work together to keep moving things forward for our kids and our community, our parents, and our staff.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session stated for the purpose on our agenda. Motion by Mr. Byrd.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sessoms. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. We'll now enter closed session. Good evening and welcome to your Johnston County Board of Education December meeting. We have already had our invocation and pledge and going into closed session. We're now entering back into open session. Before we get started, I'd like to read a statement. We want to start our meeting by remembering a life that was tragically lost in Princeton community last evening. A fourth grade student at Princeton Elementary, Nolan Brown, passed away after an automobile accident. The student's entire family has been impacted by this accident, and they are in our prayers at this time. Our Board of Education extends our deepest sympathy to his family. We'll have a moment of silence for Nolan now. Please join me. Thank you. At this time, I'll ask for approval of our November 9th regular session minutes, as well as our December 2nd special session virtual meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews,
Second.
second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll just have a discussion adjustment to the agenda, starting with Mr. Johnston. Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, if we could remove that and put it on our January meeting, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Mr. Byrd.
No adjustments.
Ms. Sessoms.
None.
Ms. Andrews.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if we could go to item B2, Johnston County Public Schools JCC Partnership Update, and move that under the COVID updates and make it 7B.
All right, we'll move JCC up to 7B. Mr. Wooten.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move item 12E1, which is proposed 2022 salary schedules, from that position to just after special recognitions. So it'd be just after number 9, in between special recognition and advisory appointments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wooten. I don't have any adjustments. With all these adjustments, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. At this time, we'll call on Dr. Pierce for COVID updates. Dr. Pierce.
Good evening, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Ms. Sessoms, board members, Dr. Bracy. Tonight I'll give our monthly COVID update. Since the last time we met, some things that have changed. Just a reminder that the Johnston County Public Health Department is open daily for vaccines from 9 to 4 and late on Tuesday afternoons. And currently, Dr. Pearson tells us that over 50% of the citizens of Johnston County have received at least a first dose of vaccine, and the recommendation is at 70 to 90%. As we all know, the total cases continue to increase. These are our current metrics from our last board meeting to now. I think as anyone has seen watching our dashboard, at our last meeting we had 12 active positive cases. We currently today have 20 active cases as the time this was done, 85 in November, 126 today, 17 active staff quarantine, 42 today, 275 and 482 active student quarantines to date. Our Test to Stay program is available for anyone who is a close contact in school. Some people often ask, well, why are not more people participating in this? You can only participate if you are exposed in the school setting. And so sometimes that eliminates some students from being able to be available to do Test to Stay. But to date, we've had 289 total participants, Out of that, only 11 students have tested positive while in the test. Nurses and principals and our district administrators are still doing contact tracing, and it's been overwhelmingly positive for those who have been potential exposure in school and have been able to participate. And a huge shout out to all of our school nurses across this county that are making this happen. And they are doing an outstanding job in making this happen. We met with Dr. Pearson and her team on December 9th. And I'm going to let Ms. Andrews sort of highlight the information from that meeting.
Yeah, these meetings have become very informative to us. And again, as we began these meetings, we did so to try to make sure that we were making the decisions based on data. And as Dr. Pierce has stated, our positivity, when we talked about the metrics, the things that we would use, we talked about positivity rate, we talked about percent of number of new cases per 100,000. We talked about hospitalizations, and those would be some of our indicators. Unfortunately, what's happened, and since the last meeting we have, is the numbers have gone up. We were sitting at 4.9 in our last school board meeting at positivity rate. Now we're sitting at 8.5 over a 14-day trend. A lot of this is due to the holidays, and Dr. Pearson's very much aware of this. We had really good discussions about the contact tracing and even her thoughts. I'm not putting words in her mouth, but even her thoughts that this, at some point, the contact tracing has to back off. And so we're talking to her about that. Of course, she has no control over that herself. This is actually controlled by the state, but she's aware of the need for us to, at some point, to make mask optional in Johnston County. But because we're heading into the holiday season, it would be my hope that we would consider continuing the mask mandate until we come back from the holiday, and at our next board meeting in July, which would be 2 weeks after New Year's, that we would hopefully be entertaining a vote to go mask optional. One of the important things is going to be that she, again, addressed with us, the important thing is if you become exposed at school, you have the option to test to stay. If not, you're going home quarantine. And quarantine could be, when masks come off, quarantine could be continuous. You could come back to school and you go right back home. I continue to compare us to other districts our size, and I've used Union County, and I don't know them, but they may not like me. But anyways, they have about 900 more students than we do, and they have 2,000 kids quarantined right now. We have 500. I think it's 500, about 560 something. We would have 1,900. If you crunch the numbers, we would have about 1,900 kids quarantined right now. We have 500, so we have 1,400 healthy kids staying in school. That's the reason that we have maintained this. But it's certainly my hope that when we come back January the 11th, I believe, or sometime around that we're able to look at this mask optional. We cannot do the mask forever, but we do have to finish out this week, and
Wednesday.
Yeah, and then we come back for a few days after Christmas.
Mr. Chairman, I would continue to make the motion that we mandate masks to our next meeting.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second to continue with mandate of mask. Any questions or comments?
I just got a comment. With the variants that are coming out with COVID, and the only place you see a large amount of people with masks is schools. Nobody's wearing them anywhere else. So they got a choice to go into Walmart, grocery stores, anywhere, and whether to wear a mask or not wear a mask, they got the option to do so. And I think it needs to be the same in our school system, especially when you can test to stay. There's going to be another variant that comes out. I don't think COVID's going to go away. We got to learn to live with it.
Well,
But I think it's the option of parents and students whether they wear a mask or not. And they're just wearing them in schools.
But-
Mr. Wooten, I completely respect what you've just said. And I think What I believe is the determining factor is the quarantining piece. When they go to Walmart, they don't have to be quarantined at Walmart. You know, when they go to church, the church doesn't have a place to send them home and say you're quarantined. But as a public school system, we operate underneath that mandate of quarantining. And I was very encouraged by what Dr. Pearson had to say. She is working with the state health director to reduce that quarantining, which would make it feasible at that point to make masking optional.
Did she say, when she said reduced, what kind of options did she give for quarantine? Did they have any kind of options at all?
Well, there would still be quarantining, but it would be much less.
Yeah, I'm just and I know Mr. Wooten understands what we're saying, but school's the only place you go that you get quarantined. So, I mean, we're the ones that are held to that. Nobody else is held to that. And, you know, I've spoken with a couple of the other board members about, you know, I'm all for this board speaking up and saying that, you know, we disagree with some of the things that we're having to follow, but we have to follow them. And my concern from day one has been, I don't want to look on that dashboard and see 1,900 kids out in Johnston County schools, because we cannot do what we need to do for these young people if they're sitting at home. And that's the main reason. And my fellow board members know how I feel about that.
I appreciate, you know, everything that's said, and me too. It's just very discouraging. We only wear these masks in here, and sitting in here a couple of hours wearing a mask gives me a headache. I can't imagine what it does to students on a daily basis.
Well, yeah.
And you know, I understand we don't have but a couple more days of school before we get out for the Christmas break. But my hope is that when we come back in here in January, that this board makes it optional for students and staff, whether they want to wear a mask or not. And I appreciate the test to stay. Yes, that's going to cause additional burdens on our nurses and everyone else that has to do these tests and things of that nature. But we need to make sure we can see those smiles again in the schools. So I hope everyone feels the same way, is that sooner or later we gotta take this mask off. And I hope it's in January that we can do this, because I agree. It's not really a vaccine out there. It's more of a shot, because the vaccine cures it. I don't think this is going to cure it, but we got a very scientific person on our board, and it's got a Form D, but I think that we're going to continue to get these shots at some point in time down the road.
Another point that needs to be made, and I think everyone's had the opportunity to get a vaccination that wants one. I'm talking about students and parents and adults. We've all had that opportunity to get that vaccination. The ones that haven't got vaccinated are probably not going to get it.
And they're the ones who are quarantined.
Right.
Well, and to piggyback on what Ms. Andrews said, you know, our testing data, we talk a lot about COVID data, but our when I talk about testing data, I'm talking about student performance, academic performance data, indicates that students need to be in school. Because if you look at our student performance data, just like everywhere else across the nation, it plummeted with virtual learning. And so just, you know, as we've said in our committee meetings with Dr. Pearson, the public health director for the county, you know, she keeps reminding us that her job is to keep the community safe. Well, as a school board, our job is to ensure a quality education for every child. And virtual learning did not provide that. As hard as our teachers worked, as awesome as our staff was, it just, for the vast majority of our students, virtual learning was not effective. And so as a school board member, I feel like my job is to make sure that every child has an opportunity for a quality education.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll just make this comment. to move on and for us to look at how viruses act, we know how they act. It's a science. I mean, years and years and years. You know, a vaccine is not a cure. A vaccine is protection. A vaccine will help cut down on the number of deaths. If we could get to the 70%, that would give us enough of immunity that the virus does not have as much an opportunity to jump from person to person, to mutate, to develop new defenses against the vaccine that we're using. If you look at the data today, the people that are being put hospitalized on ventilators, and you can talk to anybody that has been fortunate enough to survive a ventilator with COVID, they'll tell you it ain't a pleasant experience. The problem is, once you get off, if you survive it and you're off of that ventilator, you're 12 months, 16 months for your lungs to start actually working like they should, if they ever get back to that point. So I would, you know, as somebody that's been in healthcare, has watched this my whole career, I would encourage people, the vaccine will help us get masks off. It would help us stay safer. It would have saved lives. Over 700,000 people have died in this country, and many of them needlessly, because we made an issue of something that did not need to be made an issue. It's a health care crisis. So I would encourage folks, it's a safe vaccine, get the vaccine, let's stop this virus in its tracks, and then let's get back to a normal life. I'm with everybody else. I don't like to wear a mask, but I'll tell you that I wear a mask anytime I'm going into a public place. I've been to football games, and I wear the mask in the stadium. You know, I've been vaccinated, I've been boosted, but it just makes common sense to protect yourself as best you can. Now, I'll get off my healthcare soapbox, but I would encourage everybody to get the vaccine.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second to continue with mandate a mask. All in favor of this motion, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries 4-3. Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll call on Johnston Community College for their update.
Good evening, board members. Board members, as you are aware, every year the JCC trustee that your body recommends to the JCC Community College comes in and shares an annual report with you. Tonight we are pleased to have joining us from Johnston Community College Ms. Mary Daughtry, the board-appointed trustee, Dr. Linda Smith, the Vice President of Instruction at Johnston Community College, and Dr. Terry Lee, the Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness and Strategic Initiatives, to share with you our annual report on career and college promise and the JCC-JCPS partnership. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Daughtry and the rest of the Board of Trustees, as well as members of JCC.
Dr. Bracy, Chairman Sutton, Madam Vice Chair Sessoms, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be on your agenda this afternoon to bring you an update on the wonderful partnership that Johnston County Public Schools shares with Johnston Community College. Can I do this? Yeah. Yes. You might like that. You might could understand me a little bit better. That's right. That's important. I'm pleased to be joined today by Dr. Linda Smith, JCC's Vice President of Instruction, and Dr. Terry Lee, JCC's Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness and Strategic Initiatives, as well as my fellow JCC trustees appointed by Johnston County Public Schools. Benton Sorry, Anton Twan Whidbey could not be with us tonight, but Tommy Williams could. Okay. In addition to Dr. Smith and Dr. Lee, I would like to thank Dr. Johnson and Amanda Roberts from JCC and Johnston County Public Schools, Suzanne Lujan and Beretta Haynes for contributing to today's update. As many of you know, there's nothing like a global pandemic to make you appreciate being face-to-face format for instruction or a meeting. Last year, we were not able to update you face-to-face, but rather sent documents to share updated information and data, and we all know that that is not the same. We are all very thankful that we can be here in person to share with you how JCC has continued through the pandemic to help students reach their goals, and there is a lot to share, so let's get started. Students at our area high schools can take advantage of college-level classes taught through JCC with JCC instructors for college credit at no tuition cost to them. CCP classes are designed for students planning to continue their educational career beyond high school to eventually achieve an associate's or bachelor's degree at a community college or university. As the data on this slide reflects, about 200 fewer students have taken advantage of CCP courses this year as compared to last year. 92% of CCP students come from Johnston County Public Schools. Students who also take advantage of the CCP classes come from home schools, charter schools, and private Christian schools. The Early College and Career and Technical Leadership Academy, CTLA, where students attend full-time, are both housed on JCC's campus and serve to maximize student potential. This JCC Johnston County Public Schools partnership with our accompanying articulation agreement has been recognized across the state as an exemplar for other partnerships. Career and technical education allows students to begin a certification or diploma program in a particular technical field or career area. There are 5 college transfer pathways as well as 31 career technical pathways. This is a good place for me to mention that if you have been by JCC's campus recently, you can see at the front of campus our current project under construction, which is a classroom building slowly taking shape. This building, which will primarily house pre-engineering courses, is made possible thanks to a recent bond. We are so excited about the desperately needed added classroom and open meeting spaces that this building will create when open. March 1st, 2022 was the original scheduled opening date, but there have been many work delays along the way. We are very concerned about that target completion date. As you know, classroom and instructor meeting spaces is at a premium at JCC, just like it is for Johnston County Public Schools. So we look forward to the completion of this building. I'm sure you understand that the opening of this building will create a domino effect of movement within the college, as this added space will open up space for others presently housed at the college. Dr. Johnston sent me an update on the building, and we get lots of updates by email where they meet with the building team. I think I can best sum it up. It was a lengthy update, and I don't think we have time for all the specific plumbing specifics and roofing specifics, but I think I can best sum it up with it should be 75% complete at this point, and it's 25% complete at this point. I think if those of you that go home that way, if you just want to ride by, I think it'll be it speaks for itself where it is. Let's take a look at CCP enrollment by high school. The orange line reflects the CCP enrollment at each high school. The blue line reflects the total high school enrollment. At the end of each line is the percentage of the total enrollment taking advantage of CCP classes. So you may be reflecting on why there is such a range in our high schools taking advantage of the CCP program. The course offerings at an individual high school may help us understand why a student would or would not choose to enroll in a CCP class. Gender. This slide is really interesting to me, but continues to reflect that more females take advantage of CCP opportunities almost the same proportionally to the curriculum population at JCC. As you can see by the middle blue line and gold lines, which reflect the total curriculum students at JCC, they are almost identical to the blue and gold lines that are reflective of the CCP population for the 2021 school year. In this slide, the blue line reflects Johnston County's population as a whole. The orange line reflects JCC's overall curriculum population. The top line reflects Johnston County Public Schools CCP participation. Here you can see the top 10 JCC courses that are taken by Johnston County Public School students and their enrollment. Just like Johnston County Public Schools students and staff, JCC has felt the stress of educating students in a global pandemic. The good news is we can reset and move forward to help students continue to feel success and reach their goals. JCC's 2 career coaches have been meeting virtually with students and have advised 179 CCP students, which is an increase of 134%. Also, since we updated you last, several new programs have begun. The JOCO Teach program, headed by Suzanne Sweat and is housed at Triple S, is a program where we are growing our own future teachers. Also, the Fire Science program and the Caterpillar Pre-Apprentice program have been added. Here's a wonderful success story I'd like to share with you. This is Haley Evans. I'd like to close my portion of our update with a student success story. Haley Evans was a CCP student from 2016 to 2018 and was a 2018 graduate of North Johnston High School. Haley received her Associate in Science and Associate in Engineering in 2020. I am happy to report that Haley is part of the Goodnight Scholars finalist transfer class at North Carolina State University 2023. Haley epitomizes the journey that is available to students through access to CCP courses at Johnston Community College. I would now like to turn the podium over to Dr. Smith, who will be sharing about new programs coming up at JCC.
Good evening. And thank you again. I'm going to share what you already heard from Ms. Daughtry. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes on your busy agenda, I'm sure, to present and share some exciting things happening at JCC, as well as our excellent partnership, as well as what our students are doing as Johnston County students, your students, our students. They're all our community students. So I'm so thrilled to be able to share some of that. As you can see, we have some new upcoming programs that I'm going to go into a little bit of minor detail, nothing to get it too much in the weeds, because I know you have a filled agenda, but we do have some things on the horizon, and as well as some things that we have recently offered at JCC, which includes for our CCP students. You might remember back in the fall 2020, we offered a new STEM pathway within our early college academy where we accepted 25 additional students, freshmen, to pursue the associate in engineering degree. We were able to, and I thank JCC Board of Trustees members on voting to allow that expansion because it allowed us to bring those additional 25 students in. We are currently in the second year of that, so we have rising we have 10th grades and 9th grade and 10th grade students currently enrolled. We have new pathways on the horizon beginning fall 2022, where we will be offering in the early college academy the associate in general education pre-nursing track, as well as the associate in science teacher preparation track. In the CTLA, Career and Technical Leadership Academy, we added the AAS in paralegal technology this past fall, 2021, and we will be adding the AAS in mechanical engineering technology in the fall 2022. There we go. In addition, we have additional new programs up and coming. It does take a little while for us to get a program from start to finish, going through our state board as well as our regional accreditation, but these are approved programs. We offered in the fall, beginning with in information technology, a cybersecurity track within that IT degree. We also began this past fall health and fitness science. And we are offering, starting in the spring semester, which will be around the corner, we begin our semester in the spring, January 6th, with the practical nursing diploma. In addition, digital media technology, public safety administration, and supply chain management are all programs on the horizon to begin fall 2022. And I believe that is the end of those programs. If you have any particular questions, any program that we're able to that does not have age restrictions will be a CCP pathway in addition. Any questions for myself or our board members here, or Ms. Daughtry?
I would just like to make a comment. Thank you all for bringing this update to us. It's always good to hear what JCC is doing for our fellow students at our high schools. And I can say I see it firsthand at my house. My daughter is in CCP, and she's very much enjoyed it this year and looks forward to the spring semester as well. And, we're trying to keep her into a public school because her ambitions are to go to Clemson University, and this might not transfer. The CCP classes may not transfer to that university, so I'm hoping that she'll, take advantage of this and utilize that. But it's been a blessing at our house, so we appreciate what you're doing for our students, and thank you guys very much for coming tonight and updating us.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, and I'm glad she's had a great experience. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I would like to, if it's okay, if it's the pleasure of the board, to move the updates to after our special recognitions. We've had some students in here that have been very quiet and patient, and I think it's only fitting that we recognize them and thank them for what they do at their school. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Caitlin Furr.
Guys don't have that problem, do they, with earrings? Doesn't there? Okay, so we're even, Stephen. Good evening, Dr. Bracy, Chairman Sutton, Vice Chair Sessoms, members of the board, and Mr. Sue. I'm excited to bring special recognitions before you tonight. We have a lot of in-person celebrations this evening, so it's a very fun night for me. We always tell our parents and our families, if you'd like to get up and take photos of your group whenever they're being recognized, feel free to go behind the board and you can do so. The first group that we have for you tonight is the FFX First Robotics team. They are an international high school robotics team that competes in competitions. Each year, teams of high school students, coaches, and mentors work during a 6-week period to build robots capable of competing in that year's competition. 14 young women from Johnston County took home top honors at a recent First Robotics off-season competition held in Cary, and they were named the overall grand champion at that competition. The all-girl competition is about empowering young female students through First Robotics to become engineers, computer scientists, and STEM leaders. And while they do have some males on their team who are with them here tonight, they asked if they could give you a quick spiel on their group, because I'll be honest with you, they submitted to me, and I said, you're talking over my head. So without further ado, I'm going to let them take it away.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ava Cummings, and I'm a 9th grader, and I'm enrolled in the IB program at Smithfield-Selma High School. And currently, I'm involved in the mechanical branch of FFX Robotics. Next slide, please. The clicker? Oh, sorry, thank you. Okay, so these are the topics that my team and I are going to be going over tonight. So first, I'm just going to explain what FRC is. And FFX is a part of FRC, which stands for First Robotics Competition, and this is the largest global competition for students in grades K through 12. And on FRC teams, students are able to exercise skills in building, programming, and operating industrial-sized robots that are used in competitions, as well as marketing and animation. FFX Robotics is currently the only FRC team in Johnston County, and we currently practice at Smithfield-Selma High School. We draw in students from multiple towns and schools across the county to form a community team. So now I'm just going to go over the demographics of our team. So up until the 2021 to 2022 season, we had no more than 25 students enrolled on our team at one time. Currently, we have 41 members enrolled, which means we have had a 60% increase in participation over the last year alone. We also have about equal representation of males and females on our team, including students that identify with the LGBTQ community. The recent increase in female representation has allowed us to participate in female outreach and opportunities across the county and nearby areas. We also have 3 EC students that actively participate on our team currently. And there are also various ethnic backgrounds that are included on our team. I personally am Native American, and I'm from the Lumbee tribe of Robeson County, North Carolina. And other ethnicities and races represented on our team are Asian, Indian, African American, Latino, and Caucasian. We also have 7th to 8th graders involved on our team and include 12 different schools from Johnston County. That includes one that's from Wake County. Our FFX team brings in students from multiple backgrounds and communities across the county, and we tailor to the personal interest of those students while also developing real-world skills such as teamwork, inclusion, and gracious professionalism. And now I'm going to pass it over to Rebecca, who is going to introduce the history of our team.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Jenkins. I am a senior at Smithfield-Selma High School. I am the awards captain on FFX Robotics, and I am part of the International Baccalaureate program at SSS. Tonight I will be talking to you about the history of our team and some of our most notable awards and accomplishments. Our team started in 2016 with 10 members. The original intent of our team was to educate students about robotics and get them involved in the STEM program. Our first year we won 3 awards for rookies. And this year we have progressed to having 41 members on our team. That is, again, a 60% increase, which is incredible to see. We have won 12 awards so far as a team, and we have the intent to win a lot more. We have been a team, next slide. We have been a team for 6 years. Again, we have won 12 awards. We are the 2-time winner of the Rookie Inspiration Award. We have won the Rookie Seed Award. We have won the Imager Award twice. We have won the Raleigh District Competition, and we have won Chairman's. Chairman's is the most prestigious award in FIRST. It details who does the most in their community, as well as giving an automatic ticket to the next level of competitions. So it is one that we fight very hard for, and we are very honored to say we have that banner hanging in our trailer. We have been to states twice. We were on our way a 3rd time in 2020 before COVID-19 unfortunately hit and our season was put to an end. Thor, Thunder and Herd of Robots, and Doyen are 2 off-season events that we've competed in this past summer and fall. We won 1st place in both of them. We were the alliance captain in both of those as well, which is the highest you can do in a competition. Doyen is an all-female and non-binary competition. It was touched on a little bit earlier. It is for young girls to get more involved in STEM. This is the first year we've had enough people to go and attend this tournament, which is why it's such a big deal for us to have one. Linked on this slide, I'm not sure if you can access that, but linked on the slide is an article that details our recent success at Doyen. And next will be Caitlin to talk to you about STEM education.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Olte. I'm a freshman attending Johnston County Early College Academy in the STEM program, and I'm a part of the programming team for FFX. The first slide I'll be presenting is based on STEM education. There are only 2 major programs for high school students in the county for STEM education, one being the Johnston County Early College Academy STEM program, which I'm a part of, and the other being Project Lead the Way. I know this was touched on a little earlier, but Johnston County Early College Academy STEM program is a program at Johnston Community College for high school students to get a high school education and an associate's degree in science or engineering in 5 years. And Project Lead the Way is a national high school education program that helps students learn STEM-based subjects as well as others. The lack of STEM opportunities in our county is why our community robotics team is so important. It's an outlet for students who are interested in STEM to have real-world, hands-on learning experiences in all aspects of the STEM field. Recently, a professor at MIT told an audience, people don't see themselves in new roles in the community unless the community steps in to help them visualize the future, and our team hopes to help Johnston County students visualize the future. Another important topic touching in STEM, the United States is falling behind other world powers like China in STEM education. While many of our colleges offer STEM programs here, what many people don't realize is that most of the STEM students are not Americans. Students are coming in from other countries and taking their STEM knowledge with them as they leave the U.S. While the United States currently is a leader in many fields, including engineering, AI sciences, and defense technology, we will not be able to maintain that position without significantly increasing our numbers of American students who will stay here and reinvest themselves and their knowledge back into our country's STEM programs. Now I would like to talk about the importance of community service and volunteering. Our team believes that giving back to our community, who has been so supportive of us, is vital. We regularly do community service events and activities to show our appreciation. Our most recent service event was hosting a first LEGO League qualifying tour doing FRC, so for me personally, it was very rewarding to be able to work at one of those tournaments. Moving on to another thing is the President's Volunteer Service Award is a prestigious national program which FFX is privileged to be involved with. This program recognizes how vital community service is to our country and honors volunteers whose actions make a difference in their communities and schools. Now to Sun, who will discuss our first Like a Girl initiative and SweNext program.
A recent Microsoft study stated that confidence in coding and programming wanes as girls get older, highlighting the need to connect STEM subjects to real-world people and problems, tapping into girls' desire to be creative and encouraging them at home and at school. Hi, my name is Sloan Mann. I'm an 8th grade homeschooler, and I'm the First Like a Girl lead and website lead for First Robotics, or FFX Robotics. This year, FFX started our First Like a Girl initiative. In previous years, we only had a few girls here and there on our team, but this year is different because instead of having just a few, over half, or about half, I should say, of our team is female or non-binary. We believe it is important to start a pipeline now to encourage young girls to become interested in STEM and pursue their interests in it. Our First Like a Girl program allows us to share resources and teach free technology classes. On December 4th, we partnered with the Clayton Library and Oak Ridge Computer Science girls out of Tennessee to host an introduction to virtual reality class for 5th through 8th grade girls to get them interested in STEM. I'm proud to say our class was full, and we are hoping to offer another class in April or May. We should also be able to expand our program to the Smithfield Library. Several national STEM girl programs have shown interest in what we do, and what we are doing, and want to help, including Tech Girls, the American Association of Women, and the Society of Women Engineers, SWE. In fact, just last month, we started our very own SWE Next Club. SWE Next is a way for girls to become a part of the SWE community through the age of 18. SWE Next focuses on the development of leadership skills to succeed in STEM fields. We are the 5th SWE Next Club in the state, and this program directly aligns with our goals in First Robotics and our First Like a Girl initiatives. We welcome all girls and non-binary to join our club regardless of their participation in our robotics team. We hope to organize panels of women in STEM to talk about their experience and connect real-life people and problems. And next, I'd like to welcome Eli.
Hello, my name is Eli Spotswood, and I'm a 9th grader, a part of the International Baccalaureate program at Triple S, and I work as a marketer on the team. My first topic will be regarding our sponsorships. As you can see, we have many giant worldwide sponsors, including John Deere, Apple, Red Hat, Caterpillar, Leidos, and many more. These sponsors give us thousands of dollars to help support our team. Not only do these sponsors give us money, but they also help us out as well. For example, Ellen McIsaac, an engineer from Lockheed Martin, called us from California offering answers to any of our mechanical needs. Another example is when Seymour Johnston Air Force Base sent us their robots to show off at a recent FLL tournament we hosted, and have sent one of their civil engineer airmen to help us with CAD and other programming. Without their sponsorships and aids, we would not be able to operate the team. These companies chose to sponsor us and even help us because of our impact on the community and other robotics teams. If these gigantic worldwide companies chose to invest in us, will you? Next, I will be talking about the budget and cost of running an FRC team. It costs a lot of money to run a team, with registration alone being about $10,000. Registration involves competitions we sign up for, being 2 district events and 1 state competition if we get in. Other costs include robot materials, marketing, outreach, and First Like a Girl, which Sloan covered. Those costs total about to $17,100. Our biggest expense is usually traveling, with it being substantially more expensive if our team makes it to state competition or world competition. The price of travel has grown more and more over the years, as the amount of team members increases every single year. Just a single season, if we qualify for state competition, is about $20,000 to $24,000 due to our newfound size. The world competition doubles our season cost. The competitions usually last about three days, with us having to budget for only 1 overnight stay. Due to the budget we have and our team's increasing size, it makes it scarily more likely we would have to turn down competition or prevent people from going. We would hate doing it, but there are challenges we have to live with. Now, here's Bhakti to conclude our presentation.
Hello, my name is Bhakti Patel. I'm a 9th grader at Triple S, and I'm also part of the International Baccalaureate program. Once again, I'd like to thank you all very much for having us here tonight. Excuse me. Okay. This team is a very big part of this county and has much to offer. While we see every engagement as an While we are here to provide information, we see every engagement as an opportunity to solicit support, and we need yours. Here's how you can help us. First, North Carolina informed us that through the American Relief Act, we qualify for up to $11,000 as a Title I after-school STEM program. That $11,000 could help us offset costs with our unprecedented membership growth, but we can't submit for those funds as students. Please help us find and secure funding so that we can become a world competing team and continue to inspire others to join STEM. This year, our team has doubled in numbers and more interest is pouring in. We expect it to continue with all of the outreach programs we have in place. In fact, we have enough girls to make an associate team and actually become the second all-girl team in the state. With this expectation to grow, and as of our current condition, we lack space. We love our partnership with Triple S. Trust me, I go there, I know. And we just need a little more help with operational space. The more space we have, the more people we can have in sections of their interests, and the more we can encourage them to pursue their interests. We also want you to know that we're in need of technical mentors. Please help us engage adults who might be interested in sharing their expertise. As of right now, we have one Johnston County teacher, Ms. Jenkins, and all of our other coaches and mentors are community volunteers, including team alumni. The more support and insight we have, the better we are able to perform. Finally, we would like to invite all of you to come and see firsthand what we're all about and what we're asking you to support. Please feel free to visit us anytime. Our official season kicks off on January the 8th, and we will meet many nights a week, but our main nights will be Wednesdays. We think you'll be impressed with what a couple of kids can do. I'm impressed with what I can do. My spiritual leader, my guru, Prangsoy Maharaj, used to say, hard work plus prayer equals success. And I'm sure, as all of you know, success does not come easily, and it's even harder without the proper accommodations for it. F of X has come greatly over these last couple of years, starting with 10 members coming to our current 41 students. FRC gives back to the community, which is something we cherish. FRC provides learning opportunities and reinforces skills such as leadership and communication. FRC strives to inspire others to pursue their interests. FRC is about growing future leaders with a STEM-based competition, and we are asking you to support us. Thank you. Are there any questions tonight?
I just have one comment. Wow. I mean, phenomenal.
Thank you.
Phenomenal. Everyone that spoke tonight did an outstanding job. I didn't see you hardly looking at cue cards, but I definitely am going to take you up on your invitation, and I want to see more about it because it's just amazing what you guys told us tonight. So I just say good luck on the upcoming season. We all wrote down information. What you were talking about is how we can help you as far as qualifying for this $11,000 through the Title I. And we'll be getting with your sponsors and anyone else that we need to as far as gaining more information on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so
What
much.
was the total on that? What was the total amount needed? I'm trying to. No, it was 60. Was it?
Get that from the American Relief, right?
The only thing you need from us is $11,000.
Yeah. In visits, please. Yeah.
That is,
Actually press on them and it should bend a little bit. Yeah.
and I just want to say that the young lady who spoke about what's happening with our degrees, the vast majority of our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics degrees are given to people from outside of this country. And when I say ours, I'm talking about United States universities. And they are taking them back home. And if we don't start growing our own, you are the most important part of our economic development. You are the most important part of our infrastructure as a nation. And we must invest if we are going to continue to be a nation that others look to.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Do you want want them to come through, shake hands. All right, y'all come through this line here, shake their hands, and we'll have you out that door, okay? Or fist bumps, or whatever you feel comfortable with, okay? Whatever they're comfortable with. Yeah. They did so good. You got that. I tell you guys what, I have found this week when I need a dose of perspective, I found it. And they are exceptional individuals. And we have more coming in. So I've got South here. Corinth. Corinth and Cleveland. Got it. Just trying to get all my ducks in a row. All right, we're going to move right along with our special recognitions. Next up, we have our FFA chapters. We had 3 schools compete in the North Carolina FFA National Convention in Indianapolis from October 27th through the 30th. Those 3 schools were Corinth Holders High, Cleveland High, and South Johnston High. For Corinth Holders High, if you will stand up for me. Corinth Holders High with us, we have Emily Oberman, correct? Your teammate couldn't be with you tonight. They had a conflict. Their chapter was recognized at the National Convention as a National Premier Chapter Finalist for Strengthening Agriculture. Corinth Holders High FFA members hosted the original event, Treat of Agriculture Trail, on October 31st of 2020. They submitted their national chapter application in April of 2021, highlighting how they improved their chapter operations using the National Quality FFA Chapter Standards and a program of activities that emphasizes growing leaders, building communities, and strengthening agriculture. The National Chapter Award Program recognizes outstanding FFA chapters that actively implement the organization's mission and strategies. Chapters that receive 3-star ratings are eligible to compete for the Premier Chapter Awards. In August of 2021, Corinth Holders High was announced as a national finalist. National FFA then recognizes the top chapters with innovative activities in each of the 3 divisions: growing leaders, building communities, and strengthening agriculture. 10 FFA chapters in the nation competed for the honor of the 2021 Premier Chapter, Strengthening Agriculture, through a virtual interview on September 28th. On October 29th, at the National Convention, it was announced that the Corinth Holders High FFA was the 2021 national winner for Premier Chapter, Strengthening Agriculture. Let's give this Corinth Holders High a round of applause. Have you come through? You'll start here and just go around. Yep. And I believe you're with Corinth? No. Yep. Perfect. And their advisors and principal are here with them as well. We'll get you an invite. Get you a calendar. Yes, sir. All right, and up next we have our ladies from Cleveland High School. Cleveland High School FFA students Olivia Bondurant and Kaylee McLaughlin, Erin Nettle, and Lily Benjamin won first place in the state of North Carolina in the Milk Quality and Products event and represented North Carolina at the National Convention. They earned a bronze medal at the National Convention. Let's give them a round of applause. If you guys put your shirt on, the coat's on the other way, I wouldn't have a flash. I didn't know it was on the back. That would look silly. And I don't feel like I did, but if you hear South Johnston, you think FFA, so they are last but certainly not least. For South Johnston High, the FFA Farm Business Management Team earned silver as a team. Team members and individual placements are Hannah Freeman, who placed silver, Jackson Durham, gold, Laney Durham, bronze, Emily Pope, bronze, and their advisor is Cindy Adams. The food science team finished as a gold team and placed 7th overall in the nation. Team members and placements are Adam Miller, gold, Morgan Simpson, gold, Josh Williams, silver, and Kara Allen, silver. Adam Miller finished 2nd in the nation individually. Their advisor is John Robertson. Chloe Sharp served as the national FFA delegate, where she was one of 13 members who were selected to represent NCFFA in aiding in the decision-making process with the national FFA organization. Their advisor, Shelby Robertson, a South Johnston High agriculture teacher, coordinated committee work for our NC delegates. In July, she helped leadership delegates define issues that were facing the national FFA organization, and then set up the framework for the remaining delegates to submit their recommendations to the National FFA Board of Directors. Her role at the National Convention was to oversee the processes to make sure proper roles and procedures were followed. Let's give this group a round of applause. Those jackets are sharp now. And I forgot to announce at the beginning, but moms and dads, if you want to get up and take pictures, coaches, whomever, you're welcome to go behind the board meeting and do next. We'll have you come up, Amario. Now that it's a switch, changing gears, but we're going to move from FFA to football. Next up, we have Cleveland High senior, Mr. Omarion Hampton. Last week, Omarion was named North Carolina's Mr. Football 2021 by the Charlotte Observer. This is one of the top statewide football honors. He will play in the All-American Bowl on NBC in January, and I and my team have done a lot of reading about him. I am a football junkie, for those who don't know about me, but he has some pretty impressive statistics, and Omarion, if I'm wrong, please correct me, okay? His statistics for this season were enough to wow me, but I looked at his career at Johnston High School, and he has rushed 517 times for 5,370 yards and has scored 88 touchdowns. And if I understand correctly, we're a UNC commit? All right, so let's give my friend Omarion a round of applause. You can come through. Yeah. Thank you, guys. You can head out this way. I feel like running into a refrigerator. Isn't that crazy? Tab for me. Oh, all right. And next, we're going to switch gears just a little bit. We've got Mr. Daniels, if you want to come on up. This past week, the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction honored 2 of our high schools for their exemplary graduation rates. First off, we had Johnston County Career and Technical Leadership Academy, where Miss Sheila Singleton is principal. They were recognized for the 2020-2021 school year with a 100% graduation rate. Miss Singleton had a conflict this evening, so she couldn't be with us, but she asked me to extend a heartfelt thank you to her support staff, her teachers, and her students, and for for being recognized this evening. So very proud of them. And then we have Mr. Daniels with us, where he is principal at the Johnston County Early College Academy, where they received a 97.7% graduation rate. And Mr. Daniels? Say anything?
I just want to say thank you to all of y'all for all of your support. We just have outstanding staff and hardworking students, and that's a collaboration between the students, the teachers, and you all's support. So we appreciate all you do.
Yeah, because you got people. Sorry.
Good evening, board. I know we have character ed next, but we have want to go ahead and recognize our employees of the month. We have two wonderful employees to recognize this evening. First, Miss Katina Anderson, if you'll come join me. Miss Anderson is our classified employee of the month. She works in accounts payable in financial services, and she was nominated by Miss Tabitha Lee, who's here, who serves as one of our supervisors. Miss Lee's the director of finance. They had wonderful things to say about Miss Anderson, and I know that she's wonderful because she used to work in HR too. I'm going to read some of these things to the board. Katina, whether at work or on vacation, is always there to assist our school treasurers with training and answering questions. At this time, she has 8 bookkeepers that have been with us a short amount of time, and she is working to train them all on aspects of their financial duties. In addition to this, she's working with 4 schools that currently have treasurer vacancies to help ensure those schools have all the financial areas covered. She's always available to help with those and all treasurers with any questions, assistance, phone calls, and emails. She works tirelessly to help all 48 treasurers to make sure they have all the resources they need to be successful. Congratulations for being our classified employee of the month, and I'm going to ask that you stand next to me and we'll recognize our certified, and then we'll have both of you go around to the board. And we appreciate what you do each and every day. Our certified employee of the month, Miss Latriva Wilson. Ms. Wilson serves as a school counselor at Selma Elementary School, and she was nominated by Mr. Rich Perez, a co-worker, and he has lots of wonderful things to say about you. He says that Ms. Wilson is not only a fantastic counselor, but is also our process champion lead for capturing kids' hearts, an organizer of events, the backpack buddy liaison, the leader of committees and subcommittees, and much, much more. She is the epitome of a team player. All of these tasks are critical for our students and our staff. She takes on all of them herself and somehow manages to pull everything off and makes it look easy. Ms. Wilson works very hard to help make Selma Elementary a Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase School for the 3rd year in a row. Congratulations. She works a great deal of hours while on campus and at home. Mr. Perez says it's an honor and privilege to work with someone of her caliber. Ms. Wilson, we can't thank you enough for what you do each and every day. So board members, 2 outstanding employees. And if both of you would come on. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go into our public comment section. I would just like to say thank you all who have signed up for public comment, for your patience in order for us to get our special recognitions out of the way. Tonight, we have 14 speakers signed up for public comments, citizens who have signed up to address the board during public comment will be called upon as they signed up and will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent, and are not appropriate for this setting. And I will say that we have heard some of your voices loud and clear, and I hope that you all will stay for Mr. Britt's part of the finance piece in regards to our salary schedules. With nothing further, we will go ahead with our first speaker, Ms. April Lee for Monica Seeley.
My name is April Lee, and I'm reading a letter from Monica Seeley, a TA and bus driver from Powhatan Elementary who could not be here for health reasons. Today, I find myself in unfamiliar territory. In my 37 years of working, I never had to go to an employer and ask for a raise. My work ethic, quality performance, and pride in what I do were always rewarded with raises. So now I find myself at a crossroads. Born and raised in Johnston County and giving back to my hometown, comments all in, fills my heart with joy. But going to work in another county just because of pay is embarrassing to me. Classified staff are the backbone of Johnston County schools, but we are not appreciated or even afforded enough pay to keep our heads above water. Let me give you a few examples. My house requires gas to cook and heat. It usually costs about $300 to fill up my tank. Last month, I went to have it filled up, and it cost more than $500. My mind went to what bill is going to have to be pushed back? Which one has the smallest late fee? My grocery bill has gone up every month for the past year. In January, my rent went up $100. Everything is going up around me, but my pay is not. How do you expect me to stay if I can't afford to live at my current pay, which is $12.96 an hour? Can you live off of that? My job is so much more than it was 3 years ago. I have more duties because of staff shortages. I'm subbing constantly. I'm driving more bus routes, and all of this has taken a toll. So much so that I was taken out of my classroom and rushed to the emergency room. The ER doctor told me how many school employees are coming in with heart attack symptoms that are mostly stress and anxiety related. His words to me were, learn how to say no. I'm a huge team player, and I don't like saying no, but I'm learning for the sake of my kids and my grandkids. By the way, the $1,250 bonus with those strings attached, which I only signed for the sake of my family, and will only see $800 of estimated proceeds after taxes, will help get me caught up a little and hopefully allow me to at least get my grandkids a little something for Christmas. Give us what we deserve, what it takes to keep a roof over our heads and the needs met of our families. If not, I will be forced to hang my head down and cross the county line. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Connie Lilly.
Good evening, board members. My name is Connie Lilly, and I'm a data manager at West Clayton Elementary School. I've been in the school system for almost 16 years. I started at West Clayton as a part-time TA and then started full-time office support. I've been a data manager for 2.5 years. I remember when I started in the building, there were about 30 TAs. Now I think we have about 13 TAs in the building. This year, they're not even in their classrooms with their teachers. They're being pulled to cover classes every day. Some are even covering classes indefinitely. People do not want to be a TA because of the low pay and that they have to drive a bus. As a data manager during this pandemic, we all had to learn a new way of enrolling and withdrawing students. We met with parents in the parking lot to enroll. We learned to enroll students via Zoom and Google Meet. We even installed the 3CX phone app on our phones so that we can make phone calls as we teleworked, and even some of us were part of the call center that was implemented. We are flexible and we adapt to meet the needs of the community. And for the tremendous effort we put forward, instead of raises, we get wellness days. 12-month employees had to take leave to get paid for these days. Teachers' assistants did not get paid for these days, and now the December paycheck will be less 3 days, which they could have used the money for Christmas. That is not acknowledgement of everything classified staff has done and continues to do. And then we found out about the retention bonus. We have worked hard for the past 2 years and have been told that our bonuses are not actually a thank you for working long and hard throughout the pandemic, but instead means it compelling us to stay here for another school year. That doesn't say thank you. That says we know you're desperate because we aren't paying you a living wage. We don't want we don't know what tomorrow will bring, and to make our family responsible if something happens to me, or if my husband gets a job in another state or county, we feel that this is just another slap in our face. At the end of the day, no matter how big the bonus, what we continue to need as classified staff is a fair wage so that we can afford to live on and take care of our families. That is what I'm asking for you to do today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Britt, in regards to that, is that something we're discussing tonight with the TA pay for the, okay. So I hope you guys will stay and listen to that because we do have some updates on that, and that's not our intent. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Christina Galinda. Did I pronounce that correctly? Galinda. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. My name is Christina Galinda, and I'm a data manager at Four Oaks Middle School. I have been in pediatrics since 2006. Everyone that knows me knows I love to help and very rarely say no. My reason for joining the school system was and still is to spend time with my kids because of being in the medical field when they were babies, and that time will not return. I am looking into applying at the hospital for a second job. In doing this, this would take away from my family, which is the reason why I joined the school system. I am bilingual, which is considered a plus on the job description. A plus for who, may I ask? For the school? Because it sure is not a plus for me or any staff that is bilingual. There's no compensation for being bilingual. On days that I have to interpret most of the day, and which is almost every day, I'll go home with a headache that no medicine can take the pain away. My brain is literally exhausted. It is hard to go from one language to the other and back again. It may look easy and flawless, but it is mentally exhausting. All Spanish calls go to me. The majority of calls that need to be made come to me because I am easy access, because I am there at work. Jokingly, I told my principal the other day I was going to start working to reflect my pay. He said, no, please don't do that. All classified staff have many hats that we have to wear for the school to function properly. We are a main part of the school, but no one seems to see it. We are tired of being overlooked when it comes to pay raises. Dual positions mean two, but we do about 5 other jobs, and our pay does not reflect that. For example, cover the front desk, nursing duties, bus transportation, school translator, personal assistant for staff members, prepping for staff lunches and staff meetings, backup bookkeeper, sub-drivers, COVID forms, and then there's my job that I have to do. We are overworked and underpaid. I would like for you all to consider and realize how important classified staff is to the functioning of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Preston.
Good evening, everybody. I want to start off by saying a Merry early Christmas to everybody here and in the room. I've been talking about a few things over the last few months, as you all know. Last time I was here, I talked about having some sort of open forum, town hall, something where we could actually have questions and answers from the Board of Education. As I said before, I come up here, I talk, you listen, I think, and I leave. I wish that we had some dialogue. I think that a better way to represent your constituents would be have more open forums so that they maybe get some questions answered. You know, when I'm elected to this board next year, I can promise people that I will have open and transparent dialogue with them where questions can actually be answered, and it's not just this public comment where we just come up and say stuff and we don't know if we're being heard. I appreciate you having public comment, but if nothing is done about that and not listening to the people, I don't really see what the point is. I've also brought up the fact that a number of faculty and staff have reached out to me because they don't feel like that they have a place to go to speak about things where they're not in fear for their job or some sort of punishment. I know I've said something about a grievance policy, but I can tell you they don't feel like that is adequate. So I continue to look into that. I'd also like to say I continue to be extremely disappointed in the decisions that are made, and I'm not calling out a specific person. I actually want to kind of take something off. I know Ms. Andrews has had a lot of stuff on her because of voting one way and then flipping it. well, there's 3 other people on this board that have continued to vote that way as well. So if we're going to place blame on the mask mandate, we can't just put it on Miss Andrews. There's 4 people out of 7 that make a majority. So I hope that those people in the next elections, when they are up, are held accountable. We have to take the masks off these children. These face coverings, quite frankly, are becoming a joke. We continue to do it. And other counties that are not requiring masks and have it as an option have less cases than we have. They might have more quarantines. But I think the point of this mask is to lower the number of cases. It's not to lower the number of quarantines. So I'm going to continue to be here every single month. I'm going to be here in a respectful manner. It's nothing against anybody, you know. I want you to have a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Kara Chester.
I think you all know how I feel about the masks. And I guess at what point will you realize how ineffective they are? And I want to know what needs to happen to get rid of the masks. And frankly, I'm tired of being treated like a second-class citizen when I come to these meetings. They make me wait outside because I cannot wear a mask. I have a note from my medical doctor saying I can't wear a mask, but yet you treat me like I'm a second-class citizen and make me wait outside in the cold or the heat. It's unacceptable, and I think it's wrong. I also want to bring up school lunches. I've seen pictures of these foods that are being served to kids, and frankly, it's disgusting. And my daughter always complained about the food when she was in school, and eventually I just had to make her lunch every day. And they're serving mostly just old cheese sticks and canned fruit and old carrot sticks and sometimes even spoiled milk. And this is not providing kids with adequate nutrition that they need to sustain themselves throughout the day. They need the balanced meals. They need protein. And honestly, I think I'd rather give my daughter McDonald's every day for lunch. And at the GOP meeting earlier this month, Lynn mentioned that the school district is in very good financial shape this year. And why not spend some of that on better nutrition for our kids rather than spending money and wasting money on the equity programs and the panorama surveys? You always say that your goal is to keep the kids healthy and safe, and nutrition is probably even more important than any of this COVID crap. I would like to address also the uptick in violence that we're seeing in schools. There's a lot of incidences where the cops are having to be called because of gun threats from TikTok videos and such. And why not spend some of the money on hiring more research officers or having seminars to teach kids about the dangers of guns and bullying and the consequences of that. So bottom line, we need to do better for our kids. And I would also like to just say, I would like to have a different way to communicate with you guys. I want questions answered. I don't get any questions answered. I just stand up here and you listen and then you move on. And I think that as elected officials, you guys owe answers to the public when they ask them. So maybe we can all work together next year rather than just how it goes now. I don't know what we need to do to make that happen, but I would like something to happen like that. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Chester, and we will look into that and be glad to send you out an email to assist in that manner. Thank you. Dr. Pierce will take, yes, ma'am. Dr. Pierce. Next, we have Amber Stevenson.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Stevenson. I was born and raised right here in Johnston County. I'm a product of Smithfield-Selma High School. I have 3 boys that attend schools in this county. I've been a teacher assistant bus driver for almost 8 years now. I'm currently a little less than a year away from getting my bachelor's degree in special education and elementary education. I just wanted to come here today and give you a glimpse into what a TA bus driver does. I don't want to get emotional. I don't like doing this stuff. At 4 a.m. every morning, my alarm clock goes off. I get up. I'm on the bus at 6, doing my pre-trip. I'm picking up the first high school student by 6:05. My second route, I do 3 routes every morning. My second route starts at 7. That's the middle school students. And then my elementary starts at around 8. If I add all the kids up, it's around 120 kids to know their by name, to keep safe, to get to school. Sometimes they call you and did so-and-so ride this morning. Well, I have to know that. It could be the difference between someone being missing or, an hour that you need. Let's see. I work as a TA 7.5 hours a day in a self-contained exceptional children's room. I deal with aggressive behaviors, self-injurious behaviors, elopement, which is students leaving designated areas to sometimes unsafe situations. We teach toileting, we do personal hygiene, physical aggression towards students and others, teachers, destruction of property. That's just to name a few. And just because I'm an EC, our gen ed TAs have to deal with that too. Let's see. I make $13.33 an hour. I've been at Johnston County Schools for almost 8 years. I make $13.33 an hour. I have an associate's degree. I'm CPR certified, CPI certified. I have a CDL. So I say all this. I work 10.5 hours a day. And I say all this to hopefully open your eyes to see how hard classified staff do work on a daily basis in our public school. We're a vital part of the system, and it cannot run without us. We don't go into education to make millions of dollars. We just do this because we love the children, we love teaching, and helping the future become successful. Our students deserve the very best, and the staff deserve to feel like they are the best and be treated like the best every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Jen Gurley.
So, I'm Jen Gurley. I'm one of the school nurses. I take it as a compliment that several Johnston County Public staff has asked me to speak on their behalf tonight. I prayed long and hard about how to deliver the message that I need to say. I decided to turn to the spirit of Christmas and this joyous time of year, and I chose the Christmas classic, Jolly Old St. Nicholas poem, and turned it into a historically beloved song. I truly understand that with so many different voices that are bringing you their thoughts, concerns, and possible solutions, it can be hard to discern the truth and how to navigate these issues to produce a positive and promising environment for our staff, students, and parents. Hopefully, the message I bring with my silly self and my little elf will help you see the positive potential in our district, but we need a little help in bringing that potential out of the darkness and into the light. The light of Joco School Board. No follies, Joco School Board, please lean your ears this way. I pray that you'll each listen and think about what I will say. Christmas Eve is coming soon, and it's disheartening to work for Scrooge. Your actions demonstrate your true intentions. Please tell us it's not a ruse. We show up every day and give all we have to give. What we're asking now is a workplace in which we can live. There's strength and wisdom on our board, and we believe the potential's there. Now is your chance to do what's right and provide us with what's fair. Employees need a living wage and a supplement that's just and fair. We're all just burned out from this game, a game of truth and dare. Threatening the positions of staff or the ability to drive a bus could be used as a testimony in how you value us. We see our district as family, and standing as one is what I was taught, yet situations within our schools is not everything that is thought. I'm not just a critic, but a nurse with much insight. I'd like to share my knowledge and bring even more to light. Thank you for your time, and to those who show up each day, it's with every beat of my heart that this Christmas I will pray. So this is my little elf that my kids have every night that we bring the Christmas and magic. It's Jingles. I told them I was bringing them tonight. And this is my gift to the school board. So thank you guys for everything. Okay?
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Lisa Lawson.
My name is Lisa Lawson, and I work in Crowley and representing Four Oaks Middle School. I am a family and consumer science teacher with very little resources, but lots of support from our classified staff whenever I need it. I teach because it's my passion. I have almost 20 years of experience, and I look forward to the next school day, no matter how hard it was the day before. I look forward to helping every student that I can, even though I may only impact one. I come from another school district, and I have never seen such stipulations behind funding, whether it be certified staff or classified staff. I have never been asked to sign for any kind of bonus, in which I did not sign here because it should not be made to sign for true bonuses. We should be made to be appreciated for what we are doing, since we are not paid for what we do in this county nor state. The last 4 months have been so hard because of some medical issues that I have and not being able to take sick leave. Why not take sick leave, you ask? Loyal to my colleagues. We have no substitutes, therefore we are overwhelmed when one of us are out because we have to absorb each other's classes. Classes are large, and then we have to add others to the classes, makes it even harder. I have spent money out of my pocket for 140 students to do cooking activities, as well as I'll be doing one tomorrow. But tonight I'm here to speak on behalf of the classified staff. Of the more than $80 million the board received, we need funds to be dispersed to the classified staff so they can live without working more than one job and still not struggle. We need these funds to be dispersed so that we will not lose any more of our classified staff who can make more money at the fast food chains. On the world news the other night, it was said that if anyone is not making at least 7.5% more in raises, they will not be keeping up with the economy. So classified nor certified staff employers will be up to par with their pay. Use the resources at your disposal right now to ensure that we do not lose one more TA, not one more bus driver, custodian, nurse, or bookkeeper. Our schools don't need to run without them. And for everything they do for our kids, we need to make sure we are taking care of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawson. Next, we have Mr. Sam Carter.
Good evening. My name is Sam Carter. I'm a teacher at Four Oaks Middle School, but I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our custodial staff. They'd be here themselves, but they're still working on cleaning the school and probably won't be done until 7 o'clock or so, from what our head custodian told me when I asked if she wanted to speak tonight. Our custodians are some of the hardest working employees in Johnston County Public Schools, doing everything from keeping our school buildings clean to general maintenance to assisting facility services by checking the fire extinguishers and helping them clear up after their jobs. The custodians in my building have even taken students under their wings before, giving them a mentor they may not otherwise have had, and maybe helping them find a calling in life. Our head custodian at FOMS, Maria, has even taken the time to help us communicate with families. Since she speaks Spanish, she's assisted numerous families at our open houses at the beginning of the year. How do we repay our hardworking custodians? Certainly not nearly enough. They continue to accrue extra duties. The fire extinguishers I mentioned earlier, that's a new duty they were given this year. The machines and equipment they're given to clean our buildings are often out of date or not suited to what needs to be done. Every summer, every school building in the county has the floor wax stripped and redone, which involves a lot of working with harsh chemicals that aren't exactly kind to clothing. Custodians get shirts from the county as part of their work uniform, but usually end up wrecking their own pants. Professional attire is still expected while doing this, though, so don't expect to just use a pair of pants you don't care about. The county will make sure you're wearing your good work pants with a surprise inspection. I've spoken on behalf of our custodians tonight, but I want to be clear. All of our classified staff deserve better. JCPS has the money and the ability to make this right. We have $80 million that can be used to pay our classified staff a living wage, to hire more teacher assistants so that our kindergarten through second teachers aren't overwhelmed, and so much more. I hope that what you've heard from me through our custodial staff moves you to do all of this. I think we're all happy to be out of the financial hole we were in a few years ago, but being 111th in spending in the 7th largest school district in the state is not sustainable if we want to be able to hire, pay, keep, and properly equip our staff to do everything they need to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Next, we have Mr. Stewart Lee.
Thank you. I'm here tonight as a parent, a proud parent of 2 kids in the Johnston County Public School System. And I just wanted to give an example from a parent's perspective of our staff. I mean, they're great what they do. That's so far above and beyond, I'm sure, what they ever thought they were stepping into. And I always go back to Innovation Academy because I just love that school. But I hope she forgives me for bringing this up, but she's meant so much to my family. Miss Denise Thompson, I've seen her in her role as a data manager go so far above and beyond what I think anybody would have ever expected someone in that role to do. I've seen her leading carpool and trying not to lose control. It's 2 lines. Parents, come on, you can do it. I've seen her cover desks, giving out medicine, doing everything. And then with the pandemic, knowing that the first issue was dealing with the pandemic and the next, which I still feel is going to be mental health of these students. Being a personal friend to each of these kids and my own, I hope you can see me out there, Miss Denise, but what you've done for our family after the past year and a half is just been, you've made such a difference in our life. We value you. And to all of the teachers and support staff here, we value you. We know as parents just how much you mean to our students, our schools, our communities. You're laying a groundwork for these kids that is going to have a lasting legacy. You matter. I see it. These students see it. The people in front of us here to see it. You matter. So I'm just here to tell my story as a parent. We see that there's not enough compensation, there's not enough support, and it shouldn't be that way for these people. They have so much more value than what they're getting right now. You all matter. You are all worth it. And I want to thank you personally for it. And Miss Denise, you're wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have Miss Deborah Brown.
Okay, I'm Deborah Brown. I've been with Johnston County Schools for 17 years now. I was hired at East Clayton by Peggy Smith, Dr. Peggy Smith, and I started in EC as a teacher assistant and a bus driver. I have to say I love my job. I love to go there every day. I love the children. I love the people I work with. But I'd like to tell you what I do in a day. So what I have here is a day in the life of a teacher assistant. 8 o'clock, I clock in and report for my duties. At 8:15 to 9:15, I cover pre-K teacher assistant until she gets off the bus and arrives in the classroom, checking students in, helping them in starting their day in a positive way, correcting little Johnny when he hits and pushes his friends and skips them in line, which I must say is a major issue for his friends. Washing hands and serving breakfast. From 9 to 1:35, here are some of the things that I do until I leave at 1:35 to go get on the bus to drive my high school, middle school, and elementary route. Cover for absent teachers and teacher assistants who are out for whatever reason it may be. Not subbing, because a teacher assistant covers for another teacher assistant is not considered to be subbing. It is defined as coverage, and most times when a teacher assistant is absent in an EC classroom, the teacher assistant assigned to the classroom substitute teaches. Coverage happens almost on a daily basis. For the last 2 weeks, I have been covering for absent staff, and only in my first grade classrooms, I am the only first grade TA, or have been until recently. They just hired a new one. So I have 6 teachers. I I've been covering for absent staff and only in my first grade classroom for one day out of 10. What a disservice to our teachers and to students who are in so much need of extra help, especially now, with new requirements added to their jobs as teachers. COVID has had a devastating effect on our students. They are behind and need all the help they can get to learn the basic learning skills. This help will not always be able to get them to the level of learning that is required for them to be on grade level. We need your help to accomplish this. We need more substitute teachers and more staff in our schools to help remediate our students who are struggling. Sometimes I get to work with the students in first grade. When there, I get to work with students in reading small groups, practice CVC words, nonsense words, phonemic awareness, sight word recognition, reading fluency to help them with their comprehension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. Next, we have Miss Melissa Bowers.
Hi, so I'm totally out of the loop and had no idea that this is what was going to be talked about tonight. But I wanted to talk about like staffing in EC classes and along with that, certified staff, which is kind of odd because I truly had no idea this was going down. So my first issue would be the staffing in the EC rooms. It is my understanding from knowing people from teaching in the EC rooms that they are very understaffed right now. One example is there are 13 self-contained kids in one classroom with one certified teacher, one TA, and 2 subs, which is, I mean, it's, I guess, technically legal, but they're not able to do a whole lot in that classroom because there's not enough hands-on for 13 kids in a self-contained classroom when you only have one certified teacher. Also, when that comes into play, talking about like the classified staff, when I look at, you have one TA in there and like everybody else has talked about, they're being pulled and shifted everywhere. And I want to give a specific example of what I call my next door neighbor teacher because she worked in the classroom right beside me. And she actually left this year, which is sad. She has been an ECTA for like 14 years. And she left this year because she is getting paid double to manage a coffee shop. She did a bus route in the morning. She did all day at school, working as the sub and the TA in this position. And then she left and drove another bus route, and she is getting paid double to manage a coffee shop. And it's really sad because she did a great job in the classroom. The kids loved her, they needed her, and it's another person that we have lost. And I feel like if things do not change, we are going to keep losing people. And it genuinely is sad because the students are the ones who are suffering. And we're already behind, and if we don't make changes, we're going to keep falling further behind.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowers. Next, we have Mr. Stacy Lee.
I want to say to the board, I read the paper where we have some new candidates for board this coming time. I admire you, and your job is a tedious one. I've served on boards of several kinds, and it's a job. It's a job. And sometimes you're never right, but you have to make a lot of decisions. And in public education, you depend upon funds. And even though we got some of the funds, I heard the last meeting, we are a little better off than we were. Those funds may be designated for other things. My topic tonight is about textbooks, but I want to start out by saying that there was a gentleman here 3 months ago. I was outside, and he mentioned that he brought up the fact that he didn't think we were, in terms of standards of students or our school system, ranked, that we were as high as we needed to be. I don't know that he was being critical. He was just making a statement. But I will say this, the teachers' responsibilities, they're chosen. They go to school, they study, and the university system trains them. They learn to modify that training as they get more experience in the classroom. But then you hire them, and you principals evaluate them. So I won't just put a plug in for the teachers. I was one for 42 years. And I went by Forks Elementary. I lived down the street the other morning. I left home at 5:30 to go to work, and I saw lights on, so I pulled around the block that way, and there was a teacher in her classroom at 5:30 in the morning. Now, I don't know why. Maybe she was behind and had been out the day before. But that's admirable, I can tell you that. I want to suggest something to you, though. We're in a time when our country is challenged by liberal Marxist socialist theory. And it takes on all kinds of names, but that's technically what it is. We have people who are trying to change us, cancel who we were, who we are, and create a new being that lines up with Karl Marx. Karl Marx was a lazy man, very bright. 3 of his children died of malnutrition. You should read the history of Karl Marx. Do not affiliate yourself with the NEA. In the late 70s, the NCAE told me I could not join the NCAE unless I joined the NEA. I was in Cumberland County at the time. I know more about the NEA now than I ever have. You need to disaffiliate yourself with them. The AFT, American Federation of Teachers, same thing. The National School Board Association, I hope you're not a member of that. That's the domestic terrorist thing that came out with Merrick Garland. We need to get away from that. NCAE, I'm assuming, is a good lobbying group for pay in the legislature, and I'm not going to make too many comments there. I've not been in education long enough, and stay tuned with them. But we've had some no-brainers.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Next, we have Mr. Rick Mercier.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bracy. I'll try to get us back on track here a little bit. I'm here to touch briefly on some shared values. One is a commitment to treating people fairly. We teach our kids that. You know, another is the belief that we need to provide all our kids with a quality education. Quite a few of us are here tonight to show support for all of our staff and to make sure that we get their pay up to where it needs to be. As a parent, I'm here because I know what all these staff have done for my kids through the years, and I know how it takes a big team to make a successful school. We've come here with a few specific requests. We want a living wage for all staff. We want TAs in all K through 2 schools. I know you all want that too. We also want to have more progress towards separating the TA duties from the bus driver duties. That's an imperative. We know that there are recruiting challenges with hiring TAs and bus drivers, but I think this only underscores the need for paying a living wage to all of our staff. We also want the district to hire more nurses. We have the second worst student-to-nurse ratio in the state, according to data that was put out by WRAL about 4 or 5 months ago. It's more than 2,000 students per nurse. We have some nurses here, and they know how unsustainable that is. We all do. So that needs to be another urgent priority for us. You know, I'm aware, I think we're reasonable people. We're aware that the current staffing crisis didn't suddenly emerge, and we know that y'all aren't solely responsible for it. You know, it's the product of systemic underfunding of our schools by the county and by the state. Going forward, you know, I think some of us here are going to be committed to visiting with the Board of Commissioners as well and letting them know that they have a job to do to adequately fund our schools. We know that it's going to take multiple years, multiple budget years to make up for lost ground. There's a lot of lost ground. As Mr. Britt noted last time, we're 111th out of 115 districts in our per pupil funding. That's a mouthful, but that's not where we should be, right? It's not where we should be. We know our kids deserve better. We know these folks deserve better. So I look forward to seeing the continued progress that we can make on staff pay, on staff recruitment, and I also look forward to seeing what the Board of Commissioners can do to step up and help us. Thanks a lot, y'all.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments tonight, but as I said earlier, we hear your voices loud and clear, and I hope you stay around and listen to Mr. Britt as he presents something to our board as far as salary schedules that heavily involve the classified staff. We will take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back.
for January 1st. So this is a culmination of several things coming together finally. We have a state budget, and that equates to about 70% of our total budget. We also have a county budget where we received an additional $7.9 million worth of funding. So what we do is we put these things together and are able to come up with a salary package that includes both state, federal, and local dollars. So I won't get too far into the weeds with this. So if employees are looking and are watching this and they are a little bit confused by what I'm saying, we are going to have a very detailed explanation on our website. We're building a web page for this. We're going to record a kind of a line-by-line explanation of what these salary schedules are. I'll kind of touch on the highlights and the key points tonight, but feel free to jump in at any point if you have questions along the way. So just scrolling through, first off, I need to give a little bit of a disclaimer. So our state budget, which we do have now for the first time since, I think it was 2018 was the last time one was passed. But our state budget is very robust. It is also 628 pages long. So it's very detailed, came out just before Thanksgiving. And so we are still learning nuggets that are in there and still getting some clarification on several things from the state. So what we are presenting tonight is our best interpretation of that 628-page document as we get guidance from DPI, the State Board of Education, Office of State Budget Management, or any of the other entities that are involved in helping guide local education agencies. If anything conflicts between what their guidance and the salary schedule, their guidance takes precedent over the salary schedule. So what we'll do if we do find any differences, we'll come back and update the schedule and present it back to the board. That's my little bit of disclaimer. So we'll break this up into two sections. The first section will go into certified salaries and supplements, and then we'll move into classified after that. So we won't talk too much about bonuses tonight because by my last count, there were 9 different types of bonuses that we have to sort through. That's part of the state budget and our current budget. So I'll touch on some of the highlights of that, but I'll have another document coming out for it. So first we'll look at the bachelor's degree certified schedule. So this is a kind of a detailed document, but I'll just hit some of the highlights of it. So on the far left, you have the 2021 salary. So this was the old schedule that ran through June 30th of 2021. To the right of the tan line, you have what will be put in place as of January 1st, 2022. So it has the state salary. So this is the same salary that all certified staff throughout the state of North Carolina are paid. And then you have the county supplement. So this is your county tax dollars that are added to the state salary to come up with a total compensation for our certified staff. So if you look at last year, our beginning teacher pay was $35,000. We had a 10.5% supplement for beginning teachers at that time, and for a total pay of $38,675. This year, there was a couple of things going on to increase pay. So first off, there was a 1.3% pay increase from the state that was applied to it. The state has mentioned about a 2.5% pay increase. That 2.5% includes step increases. So from here on out, whenever I discuss about pay increases, I will use the same language that the state did and talk about the 2.5% pay increase. So you have that comes up to $35,460 from the state. The county supplement went up because we used part of the $7.9 million, about $1.7 million of it went to increasing the county supplement. So it raised it. Beginning teacher supplement went from 10.5% to 11.5%. And so one thing you have to think about with percentage increases or percentage supplements, it's kind of like compound interest because you've got a pay increase on top of a pay increase. So it helps multiply whatever increases you get from the state. So it makes it difficult for Dr. Bracey to build a budget, but it's a better way to do salary schedules, because it increases over time when the state goes up. So something new that we have this year, and this is one of the components that we are awaiting guidance from the State Board of Education. So this is our best interpretation of what's coming down the pipeline at this time, is that the General Assembly set aside $100 million for the state to go towards low wealth counties. So in this extra $100 million statewide funds, ours is about $2.2 million, if I recall. $2.2 million of dollars will flow back into the teacher supplement. So it is a state-funded teacher supplement. It is recurring funds, which means that it'll be paid this year, and it is part of this biannual budget or 2-year budget. It is scheduled to recur next year as well, or to occur next year as well. So it is considered recurring funding. Every county has a different dollar amount. It's based on that county's wealth. And so it's a formula that the state has come up with. And it was really kind of a surprise in this budget. We were not expecting that. So it was a welcome addition. You may see that posted elsewhere as the $706 per teacher amount, and which is true. It is $706, but that's the total budget amount that has to include matching benefits as well. So it has to include retirement and FICA and Medicaid, that sort of thing. So the math comes out to about $540 per teacher. And so when you add all that together, our beginning teacher pay, and this is recurring funds, not including bonuses, will actually cross $40,000 this year in total. It's about a 3.6% pay increase. So it's a bit more than what you see just from the state, because we've been able to take additional funds from the county to compound that increase. So if you look down, you can see all the different rates. I won't go through the details, but on average, when you include the step increase, the average increase for this year is 4.9%. The minimum pay increase for teachers is a 3.1% increase. The maximum is 8.2%, and the average is 4.9%. So again, this is subject to any clarification from the State Board of Education. I think they're meeting in January to discuss the extra supplement funding, but based on the information we have at this time, this is what we are looking at for our certified staff. And so same thing gets applied to master's degree. It is a percentage-based supplement for the county funds. They also have the $540 state supplement. Same, as I think it's 1/10 of a percentage point whenever you look at the math difference between the two. If you want to calculate the national board side, I don't have that up here, but it applies the same principle. So if we go and continue to go down the list, there is additional funds from the state for school guidance counselors. So the state has added a $100 per month supplement to the guidance counselor schedule. So without that extra supplement, this dollar amount for master's degree guidance counselors would have been $39.01. This kicks it up to $4,001. And you can see what the differences are with national board and doctorate there. So it's an additional $100 in addition to the 1.3% pay increase plus a step. So it's a little bit more. So if we move to psychologist and master's degree level speech language pathologist and audiologist, they also had extra funds from the state in addition to the 1.3% and the step increase. Their increase is an additional $350 per month supplement. And this is all state funded. So if you look at their schedule, it climbs up even more here for this. And this is all state funded. This is all part of, session law? I forget the number, but it's part of the state budget. So an additional $350 plus the 1.3% plus the step increase there. And you can see what those rates are. Assistant principal schedule, kind of the same deal. It has increased on average 2.5% with step. Principal schedule, again, 2.5%. You'll notice that's a common theme throughout the night for state funding. In addition to the principal schedule, the principals will be eligible for a $1,800 bonus. Speaking of bonuses, if we go back to the certified staff here, in addition to everything we have here, the state has up to $2,800 of bonuses for teachers. So if you add the $2,800 of bonuses that are available for teachers and to the $2,500 that we have for our retention bonus, that comes up to $5,300 in bonuses for teachers this year. That is in addition to the $540 that you see, and in addition to the 1% pay increase from the county supplement and the 2.5% step increase. So $5,300. Now, I should say that there are there's a number of bonuses. There's a $300 bonus. There's a $1,500 bonus. There's a $1,000 ESSER funded bonus. We're working through all the details. Each one of those have their own criteria that's associated with it. So I can't say that every teacher would be offered $5,300, but on average it will be. And some will actually have more than $5,300, but that'll be the average. And we'll go through and kind of make it a little bit easier to work through and understand what all these bonuses are. But just knowing on average it'll be about $5,300. So moving down the list, we will move to supplements. So a few new things here, and we'll first start to get into what's changed. So on the certified supplement schedule, you'll notice that our rates have increased 1%, and that's part of the extra county funding that we've received. So that is locally funded and added, and that's where I go back to. You have to look at the supplement as a little bit like compound interest. It's a percentage increase with a percentage increase. And then it goes into a little detail about the state-funded low wealth supplement. Yeah. Oh, and also assistant principal supplements went up by 1 percentage point as well. We get into the $540 supplement just underneath that. The next couple of points here is for classified. This is unchanged in a good number of years. The $300 annually that's paid in November, the longevity, classified longevity, this is state funded on the left and locally funded on the right. So it's additional funds that are put in. This has not changed in a good number of years. But what has changed or what we are asking for in this new schedule is an additional supplement for school nutrition assistants, TAs, and bus drivers. What the purpose of this supplement is to address some of the issues that have been presented to the board tonight. It's a really good segue into what we've been working on. So we would use part of the extra $3 million that we've received from the county for classified pay increases to be set up as a $400 bonus for these hourly paid positions. And so the purpose of this is day one, when you report to work that first year, you've now earned that $400 supplement. And so during the course of the year, when we have inclement weather days, so we've had a snow day or we've had a hurricane day, hopefully those don't happen, but when we do, any kind of non-day, where school is closed that day, and then it's made up later in the year for staff. For employees that are paid a salary, doesn't matter. You're going to get paid your monthly salary pay, throughout the year. Because you're just going to make up your day at the end of the year, or make up your 2 days, or whatever those days are. For hourly, you still make up your day, so your total pay that you earn in that year is not going to change because you're going to have the opportunity to make up that time. The problem comes in where when you have those non-days or days that where schools are closed, you might not make up those days until June. And so your December paycheck would be a good amount less, from that time. So how this would work would be we basically have a piggy bank sitting there of $400 for these groups of employees. And so we would pay $100 a day for every non-day or every day that school is closed. And so if you're closed for 3 days, like we were in I think November, we would tap into $300. You would get $300 for those days. And it's not a perfect match for what an employee would make during that time, but it helps smooth out that cash flow for employees. Because you run into a difficult, the question might be, why can't you just go ahead and pay for those days and then just have them make it up at the end of the school year? Well, it comes back to, if you all saw the announcement that was from the State Board of Education, you're not allowed to, or we're not allowed to pay for days where the employees are not working. So it makes it, this is a workaround for that rule, because this is a problem that is statewide for hourly employees. So it's a workaround because we're not paying people to stay home. We've got a new supplement that's built into the salary schedule that employees earn on day one, and if inclement weather or non-days occur, then we pay out that $100 a day until the days are used up. The question might be, well, what happens if we have 5 days or 6 days? Well, that's when we'll come back and revisit that. Hopefully we won't have that anytime soon, but if we do, we'll come back and revisit that. So the other question would be, well, what happens if we don't have any days that are snow days or non-days in a year? That would be a great year, wouldn't it? But if we have that, then we just pay out that $400 in June. So you get paid $400 regardless. The only thing that changes is the timing. If we need it, it's there, it's banked. You earn it on day one, and it pays out when you need it. It's almost like an insurance policy to help smooth it out.
So if they don't have any days that we miss, they get the money at the end of the year?
Get the money at the end of the year. Yes, ma'am.
And when will they get paid for those 3 days in November that were wellness days?
So if this is approved tonight, we'll start working on it tomorrow, and it would come in December. Yep. Any question? Yeah.
How did you come up with just $400?
We worked it into the amount of funds that we had available. So it was a trade-off. So you can go through and increase hourly pay. It's kind of like a scale. A scale where you can swing one direction or the other. We know how much funds we have, and we know how much labor costs are, and we know how much benefit costs are. So it's just it's just a matter of shifting that dollar amount or shifting that scale from one side to the other. You have to get it to balance, because you have to have a balanced budget. So it's just a matter of basically playing with that scale to make it balance. So, and we thought 4 days would be cover most years. So, speaking of classified schedules. So this is a very long schedule. If you remember looking at the certified schedule, it had 25 steps on it. So on the certified schedule, we have 54 steps on there. And so there's a lot of steps built into that schedule. And so one of the goals over the next several years is to compress that and to get this schedule more closely aligned to the certified schedule. And that would what that would mean for employees is that you move up the scale faster. So it's almost.
Can you explain, because we have people here that are very interested in this, that this 54-step pay rate has been in effect here apparently for a long time?
Yes, one of my payroll supervisors have been here. I won't say exactly how long, but a few decades, and this has been in place as long as she's been here. So at least 25 years, probably longer.
And this would certainly be the reason why, and I know we heard from some that have worked here for so many years and have not increased their pay.
That's right.
Because it's spread out over so far. So your goal
That's
is to
right.
compress it.
Yes.
Which now, and you'll see, and then I'm sure.
Yes, so the state-funded portion of what we're going to look at with our salary schedules or classified schedules is going to be a 2.5% pay increase. Everything beyond that is locally funded that we've been able to get through with the additional $7.9 million that we got from the county. And so the goal would be to compress this schedule over the next several years or 3 years to knock out 8 or more steps a year and try to get it to 30. And so what happens is if you go through and look, like let's say, I think we had someone earlier that spoke about, I can't remember what step. So 1333.
17 years.
So we'll use that as an example. 17 years, 1333 an hour. So the way the schedules were previously, You know, the following year you're at 1333, the following year you're at 1333, the following year you're at 30, and so on and so on and so forth. Yeah, and so what will happen? What would transition with this new schedule is that let's find what do we say 17? So if at 17 this year, you would move to step 18 next year, and you would move from 1333 to 1408. And so in every year after that, you keep moving on the schedule. But there's two things that are occurring at the same time. You're moving down the schedule, so you're getting increases, but that schedule is also moving this direction. So it's catching up. It's moving a bit by bit for over the next 3 years to catch you up and move you faster down the schedule. Yes. Yeah. Within the next, the goal would be, and I need to clarify this and say that what I'm talking about is not funded currently. Right. That's right.
But we're going from 50.
4 TAs.
Okay.
Yes, four TAs. This is the TA and medical assistant schedule.
And you know, this has been brought up several times, not just in our board meetings, but as I've been out in the community. People keep saying, well, why don't you just give us, you know, a pay increase out of that $80 million that we got out of ESSER funding? And so what I've been saying is this is federal money. Right. It is highly restricted about how we spend that money.
That's right.
It's not like they gave us $80 million and said, do what you think is the right thing to do. It is extremely restricted in how we can spend that money. Am I correct?
That's right. You can't, generally speaking, you cannot use it for pay increases. You can use it for bonuses. You can use it for additional responsibility stipends. You can use it for your extras, but you can't displace regular salaries with it. And so that becomes a challenge in and of itself. The flip side of that is that these funds we've never seen before, and quite honestly, we will probably never see again. You know, this is more money than we've ever seen. It has an expiration date on it. Once it's gone, and there's no way to sustain it indefinitely if we use federal money to do that.
And I think some people might have been speaking, I don't know, to the $80 million that the county commissioners gave us. I don't know if that was part of it too. And that money, obviously, that's what you're using some of this money for.
Yes, of that. So we had a $7.9 million funding increase, and of that, I think 2.1. And I'm doing this right off the top of my head, but I think 2.1 million was to expand our number of TAs. I think 3 million was for classified. 1.7 million for our certified schedules. Then we had a little bit we had 641,000 for Thanksgiving. For bus driver pay increase, and then the 300-something thousand for opening Thanksgiving. So I thought that might be tested material, so I try to remember it before coming on. So yeah. So the looking at the TA schedule, so entry pay would go from $12.96 to $13.50 an hour, and that's not a tremendous increase. But again, we played with that number to come up with that $400 piece, knowing that the next component, so coming July 1 from the state, is a $15 an hour minimum pay, and so that is coming July 1, and that's funded by the state. So the next component would be.
Say that again, Mr. Britt.
So effective July 1, it is already written into state law that all positions at every school district will be paid no less than $15 per hour. So about 8 months from now, all employees will be a minimum $15 an hour. And so that's not totally state funded. That we're going to need county funding to help us with that, because that doesn't include a lot of positions on there. But that's going to be the law, and that's what we'll move to. Yes, that's right. So as time progresses, it makes compressing that much more challenging, because it's not going to be totally funded. Even the $15 an hour piece is not going to be totally funded by state funds. So we need county funds to help us with the double whammy. we need 15, and then we need to keep compressing the schedule so that we can get to 30 steps and get it to a situation where every year classified staff will get a pay increase.
And within these steps, is there any thought given to people who have degrees, say associate's degrees or bachelor's degrees within these classified positions?
Yes, and that'll be coming up next. So this was the goal this month was to try to get information before the board and approve the schedules, and then the next steps too will be to look at the grades and the steps and how steps are awarded. That'll be the next kind of phase of this process. So this will be an ongoing process over the next at least 3 years before us, because this hasn't really been touched in several decades. So it's, yes, sir.
Trying to compress whenever possible. You are trying to do bonuses, which still would try to supplement some of the things you're trying to do. Obviously, with the compression, it's taking some time, but when able, you are trying to get bonuses as well.
So my focus, I'll just be honest with you, and I'll give you my personal opinion. My focus has been on compression. That has been my big driver, because that over the long run will have the largest impact for staff. If we can get to a point where we've got a schedule that's 30 steps or less, to where you're moving up every year, that will move the needle. That will get paid to where it needs to be. Bonuses are wonderful. They're good things, and we could look at it on an annual basis in there, but that doesn't. This would be long term and carry on forever. So notes at the bottom. Eliminate 9 steps for TA schedule. Will go into effect January 1st, and is an average pay increase of 5.2%. And then, of course, the entire scale will move to a minimum $15 an hour.
The right side, the 2022, this starts January 1?
Yes, ma'am. That's right. One of the bonuses that are part of those 9 that I mentioned earlier is for retro pay. And so there's some stipulations, and it's written into state law for that, of who is awarded retro pay. But basically, if you're still an employee here, you get retro pay.
So I get retro pay back to the beginning of the year?
Back to July 1,
So
yes.
for our classified staff, like they say the 17-year,
Mm-hmm.
that went from 2163,
Mm-hmm.
am I reading that right? Yeah.
Yes.
2163, which got slide right over here to 2260?
Yes.
And that would be January, but also goes back to August.
Goes back to August. That's correct. That is correct. So that's the for classified staff. We have we're talking about bonuses for certified because these are different for classified. So you've got a $2,500 retention bonus, but then you've got from the state you've got an additional $1,500 bonus that will be coming. That's not part of what we're talking about here, and plus in addition to the retro pay. So about $4,000 of bonuses for all classified staff. So this will be all school nutrition assistants, all custodians, all TAs. That's in total of what we would pay over the next 6 months. So looking at a bus driver schedule, my opinion is I would love to have the TA schedule to match the bus driver schedule. The bus driver schedule is already at $15 an hour. The board was able to move that effective July 1, so that's already in place. It is already 30 steps. It's not the best schedule in the world, I will readily admit that, but it was one that we could afford and sustain indefinitely. The goal would be, in my personal opinion, would be to mirror the bus driver pay for TA pay, so that way your dual role employees have the same amount of pay, regardless whether you're driving a bus or whether you are whether you're working in the 15. But what happened? What this moves up faster, and that's right. And this schedule, the bus driver schedule, as of July 1, will move to a minimum of $15.38 an hour. So that's the part that won't be funded. It will be the compression to 30 steps, and then the beginning pay to $15.38. That's the goal. That's where we need to. That's where we need to express our need to the powers that be. So this is going to get real busy, so I'm not going to jump into too much of it. It's basically the same thing. This is looking at salaries. So this would be our school nutrition assistants, or I'm sorry, we haven't got salaries yet. We're looking at the hourly pay for school nutrition assistants. This, if you see here, we've got a $13 an hour minimum here, and how its impact. This is in green. And of course, as we go down, we're able to knock out 8 steps here. And that'll be the same through the rest of the schedules that I'll show you here this evening. So knockout, the goal would be to continue to knock out 8 steps a year till we get to 30. And of course, this also will change to $15 an hour effective July 1st. So about 8 months from now, school nutrition assistants, custodians, et cetera, will also be at $15 per hour. And so that will be compounded with trying to compress the schedule so that you can move up from that $15 an hour. And that's where the real challenge is going to be. The challenge isn't going to be to moving people to $15 an hour, but what might happen without appropriate funding is basically where you see this is green at $13 an hour all the way through step 16. Without sufficient funding, it'll be in the red and $15 an hour the whole way down. So definitely an improvement and significant pay increase. Like for TAs, if we could move to the bus driver schedule, you're talking about anywhere from a 12 to 18% pay increase over an eight month period, and that's in addition to the $400 of supplement. So, but again, not funded. That's where the next piece comes in. That's where the hard work's going to come in now, is to make some things happen. I do not. That'll be something we're going to work on one of the great things about the biannual budget is that we can take the extra funding that we got from the state this year, which is about $10 million. I think it was $10.2 million to be exact, that we got for these pay increases. And we can see how much of the state budget that we got, what our proportion was. Then we can try to guesstimate what we're going to get in July for that. So we're actually in a better position to predict what our funding is going to be than we've had in quite a while. So we'll put those two together, and then we'll be able to give the county a number and see what we need to get there. So salary, same thing. The highlighted green is the impact of a $13 an hour minimum and reducing 8 steps.
This is classified, correct?
This is all classified, yes, ma'am. And then we just continue through the scale and the steps. The total, I should point out too, the total pay that's on that's the maximum pay that's on each schedule is only increased by the 2.5%. Where your movement is by compression and getting that to where you can actually increase throughout the year, or excuse me, throughout your career. So that's the next several pages are all the same. It's just moving up the scale. We get to occupational and physical therapist. This has moved up 2.5% as well. This is another area that we're probably going to need to look at as we are working on our long-term schedules. Even though they are already on a 30-step schedule, it is a bit below market for these positions, and it just like most of our other positions, but it makes recruiting that much more difficult. So other schedules and notes, held harmless. So this would be, as we work through these schedules, if for some reason you're at a higher grade or a higher pay than what we have listed on these new schedules, because these, even though it's going from 54 steps to 46, they're totally new schedules. The only thing we kept was beginning pay and the top pay, added the state increase to it, or what we could afford to add to the state increase. But basically, in other words, for the very few people that this would apply to, we would hold you harmless and not cut your pay. And that applies more to as we start looking at grades and kind of aligning job duties to grades. And it's more of a long term. Non-certified nurses would be tied to the bachelor certified scale, except that you would use the classified supplement scale. So you've got two different types of nurses here. You've got non-certified, which we cannot pay off of the state schedule. And then you have certified nurses, which we can pay. And so once a nurse becomes certified, we can move that employee to the master certified schedule, plus the supplements that you saw on the previous slide. So pretty significant pay increase once the nurse becomes certified. For cabinet, only the state legislated pay increases. And we get to one of the more needed areas. I'm not saying that other areas are not needed, but this is certainly an area that has really fallen behind with pay over the years, and that is our substitute pay. And that is currently our lowest paid per hour position that we have. It's about $10 per hour, and that's a pretty common rate statewide. This is so looking at what a $13 an hour increase would impact, and then what the $15 impact would be over the next 2 years. So starting January 1st, the rate would move to $105 per day. And one thing that I left off of this that I have handwritten into your notes there would be what the recommendation would be for certified, and that would be, I think it's $125 a day for substitutes. That's right. For certified substitutes, it would be $125 a day, and then it would move to $140 a day for certified substitutes effective July. So when you see 2023, that's actually July 1st, 2022. It's part of the 2022-23 year. As part of that, the recommendation would be to remove the sub-incentive pay plan that we're currently doing, to end that as of December 31st, and enroll in with these new rates, which would be pretty comfortable to help offset that. And that will simplify things for employees as well. And so I know employees that are watching this want a whole lot more detail than what I've just given, but we will record a video that, or actually probably a couple of videos that would take a little bit more deep dive into supplements, into bonuses, because there are several, and into the pay itself. We'll do our best to get that out on our website this week, if at all possible.
Thank you, Mr. Britt. Appreciate the information, and I'll say that the Finance Committee has worked very hard as well in these recommendations, and appreciate all their time. And this is just a start. As you can see, that we're focusing on increasing the classified staff salaries, as well as other areas as well. Any questions or comments?
You're going to put together, I know, the video and the information. If I know you're a small office, you don't have a lot of help. I'm just thinking about people who have questions. Obviously, try to look at the information that you provide online first, and then if they have questions, they call you. They did it with their bookkeeper, principal, Dr. Bracy. I mean, you have any thoughts about? I'm just trying to keep his office from getting slammed with questions.
I want to put together FAQ.
Britt and I haven't talked through the mechanics of that, about how we're going to handle that. I know the retention bonus was pretty overwhelming to the finance department. It was all encompassing. But he and I'll sit down tomorrow and figure out what that will look like.
I think people will call who they need to call. They just need to know who to call,
Yeah, and we've talked about an FAQ the same manner that we talked about the FAQ for the retention bonus. So, Mr. Britt, whether you want to handle that via video or the same way you handled the retention bonus, which was very detailed explanation of all that, whichever is fine. You and I can work that out tomorrow. And when you and I sit down and get those details, certainly we'll share them with the board.
Yes, sir. If I may give a quick shout out to my payroll staff, I do have 5 people in payroll for all 4,200 and some odd employees. This is a massive undertaking. We've been working on this for over 8 months now, and it's just they've worked through Thanksgiving. They've been here at 10:30 at night. Here they're going to be working through Christmas break. They've gotten everything they can handle. But I just sincerely appreciate everything they do. Everything that we've got here is just words on a paper without them making it happen. So thank you.
Well, and please extend our thanks to them for their dedication to our employees. Without them, our employees would not we would not be able to even look at this right now. And I want to thank the Finance Committee for your hard work. This has been something that we have talked about, we have worked toward for the 3 years that I've been on the board, was to get our classified pay up. And Dr. Bracy, I want to thank you for your leadership in making this happen. So, and I also want to thank you for explaining to the public once again how this, that additional money from the county commissioners is being used.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you. Yep, thank
This is an action item, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Andrews, second by Mr. Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Britt. At this time, we will go back up to updates from the committees. Mr. Wooten, do you have anything else to add from the Finance Committee?
That was the that was the main document that the Finance Committee worked on since last board meeting. And I just want to reemphasize that the approved document is a working document. And we're going to continue to look at it and continue to compress as we move forward in the years. So definitely worthwhile for all our employees.
Once again, thanks to the Finance Committee and Mr. Britt and his staff for all of their hard work. Next, we'll have an update from the Legal Committee.
Yes, sir. We have met since our last meeting, and actually have conducted an interview. We've talked and we realized that we desperately need some assistance in collecting fine and forfeitures. So that's the area that we are sort of moving toward to secure counsel for that. So we'll continue to work on that and come back to the board.
Go ahead, Ms. Sessoms.
Policy review, we're continuing to work with the North Carolina School Boards Association to get our policy manual aligned. We want to thank our representation from Tharrington Smith for their assistance as we continue to move throughout this process. We will be meeting this Thursday at 2 o'clock right here in the boardroom.
Thank you, Ms. Sessoms. I'd also like to thank the members of our community who utilize our public comment portions of our regular scheduled monthly meetings. While it is not our board's policy to respond to citizens at the time of their comment, we take everything brought before us in strong consideration and work to resolve any issues that arise. With that being said, we have heard the concern brought before us by several members of the Princeton community. We are appreciative of our administrative team at Princeton Middle High and the work that they do on a daily basis. Please know that as a school district, we want to provide a safe and harmonious place for all of our staff and students. Our school administrators thoroughly investigated any incident that is reported on our campuses. Johnston County Public Schools has a very close working relationship with our law enforcement, and we involve them in an investigation anytime it is deemed necessary. In most instances, these investigations could involve student discipline or confidential information pertaining to our students and will not be shared publicly. The Board of Education will not tolerate racist bullying or harassment in our schools. Our school administration has reviewed the most recent reports of racist harassment at Princeton Middle High. However, to make sure that we understand how students have been treated at Princeton, we have asked our law firm for a broader investigation into the school environment and for recommendations on how to ensure a positive school environment for all students and staff. We encourage our students to speak up if they witness or experience anything that makes them feel uncomfortable while in a school setting. We have means of anonymous reporting that have been made available to our students over the last several years. As previously stated, any incidents that are reported to our administrative teams are investigated promptly and thoroughly. Please hear us in saying that we take all allegations of racism, harassment, and bullying occurring in our schools seriously. Thank you. At this time, we will go back to the virtual student recognitions for the month, or character education.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. We'd be remiss if we didn't celebrate these students virtually this evening. Our character ed students, we hope, will be back in person with us next month. But tonight, I gotta get my papers organized. We are going to start our recognitions with Miss Addison Strickland, a 5th grade student at Glendale Kenley Elementary, where Miss Kelly Holland is principal. Addison is being recognized for demonstrating integrity. Miss Holland wrote, "When we think of integrity, we think of someone who does the right thing even when no one is watching. We also think of someone who is honest in all things. Integrity describes Addison Jackson perfectly. She's always willing to help out with anyone who is struggling with something. She has great respect for not only adults, but also other students. Addison is an exemplary student who is a great role model for her fellow classmates." And we're going to hold our applause for everyone until the end. And next we have Miss Abigail Lisea, who is a 5th grade student at Micro Elementary, where Mr. TJ Parrish is principal. Abigail is being recognized for demonstrating compassion. Mr. Parrish wrote that Abigail is one of our outstanding students who is positive, engaged, and always actively seeking chances to do better. She works very well with others and is willing to lend a helping hand to anyone in need. She takes time to listen to what others have to say and communicates in a positive manner with her peers and with her teachers. She is also dependable, and she is one of the students who teachers can count on to do the right thing at all times. She is a positive role model for other students in words and actions. She's a very good friend to everyone, and she is always positive. That smile is contagious in that picture. Next, we'll recognize Miss Emily Holland, an 8th grade student at North Johnston Middle, where Miss Heather Andrews is principal. Emily is being recognized for demonstrating compassion. Miss Andrews said that Emily was chosen for compassion because she is a student who truly cares for others. She exemplifies all aspects of compassion throughout the school day and in all interactions. From helping her friends to helping her teachers, she always shows up with kindness. She is strong academically and is humbly willing to assist others when needed. She is a model for other students and is well respected by her peers. She is a true example of what it means to show compassion. And next we have our senior from North Johnston High School, Mr. Cameron Woodard. Mr. Avery said that Cameron is being demonstrated for showing self-discipline. He stands out amongst his peers because he's mature and not afraid of hard work. He recently completed his Eagle Scout, which in itself requires a great amount of determination and time. He is a trustworthy and responsible young person that will do what is right even when others around him are not doing the same. He does not let the day-to-day drama of high school bring him down or bother him at all. It's easy to talk to Cameron and give him criticism, but it does not let that slow him down. He exudes what it means to be a hard worker with a great amount of drive and effort. And last, we will recognize Miss Ruby Ortiz, a 5th grade student at Pine Level Elementary, where Mr. Alan Sasser is principal. Ruby is being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline. Sorry, tongue-tied. Mr. Sasser wrote that Ruby was a clear choice to represent the character trait of self-discipline. She exemplifies many other character traits as well. We're especially impressed with her quality of classwork, homework, and assessments. Everything she turns in is her very best. She does not need to be motivated by her peers or teachers. She is self-driven and responsible. She gives quality responses in class and discussions and has even excelled in the virtual environment in recent years. We are proud to have her as one of our Pine Level Hornets. And join us in giving them a round of applause. And thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Furr. At this time, we'll go to our advisory appointments, starting with Mr. Albert.
Principal Melissa Hubbard from Archerloft Middle School is recommending 2 members, Don Page and Mandy Valequit for advisory for a 3-year term from 2021 to 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. We'll let that stand as the motion. And Mr. Byrd, if you'll go ahead, since you have Corinth Holders High School, we'll let you read that one as well.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Principal Brian Johnston, again from Corinth Holders High School, is recommending 3 members, Donald Pate, Maria Butler, and Jada Whitley, for a 3-year term from 2021 to 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Now we'll go to Ms. Andrews for Clayton Middle School.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Principal Sandra Morris has recommendations for her advisory council. 4 new members. Terms would be 2021 through 2024. They are Tricia Hornbeck, Kathleen Anker, and Emily Sherman, and Stephanie Boggs. 4 new members.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. We'll let that stand as our second. Next, we'll go Mr. K. Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, Clint Eves, Principal Clint Eves from Meadows, recommended 3 new members, Kim Young, Alice Parker, and Josh Smith, and I believe these will be 3-year terms. Also from McGee's Crossroads Middle School, Principal Lakeisha Shepard has recommended 2 new members, Kimberly Dyson and Megan Bullock, to serve. That'll be 3-year terms.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Now we'll go to Mr. Wooten.
Miss Kelly Johnson at the Virtual Academy recommended 3 new renewals, Aaron Archer Howell, Sammy Lee, and Tanya Simmons to serve at the Virtual Academy. And Powelltown Elementary, Mr. Dan Kerwin recommended 1 renewal, Rabina Bessiere, to serve at the Powelltown Elementary School Advisory Council.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. And Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. The Derek McNeil of West Smithfield Elementary School has presented the Tavia Kroom and Aris Torres de Carey for 3-year terms.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of appointing these advisory appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Dr. Bracy.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items A, 7A through 7A 1 through 7. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Bracy. I entertain a motion to approve the consent items. I believe it's 12A through, that's all right, 12A through 12-7.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Byrd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Dr. King.
Good evening again, board members. Johnston County Public Schools has applied for and has been awarded 2 emergency rural health grants. Tonight, our Director of Research and Grants, Dr. Cherry Johnson, will once again come before you to share brief details of those grants.
Good evening. I'm pleased to share with you the opportunity for grants for 2 census tracts. These are from the USDA Rural Development Office, and they are emergency funds based on COVID and our eligibility for a couple of census tracts that are both considered rural and have low median household incomes. They qualified us for 55% match, and this will enable us to benefit the schools in the Benson and Selma tracts, which are Benson Elementary, Benson Middle, Selma Elementary, and Selma Middle. That will allow nurses there to have some medical equipment to work with, antimicrobial furniture for the nurses' offices in each school, as well as fund nursing positions for 3 years. Any questions or discussions?
No, that's great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second
Second.
by Mr. Wooten. Yes, ma'am.
So this, from what I understand, an additional school nurse will be hired for 3 years.
This will cover 2 positions. I am not sure, we may be losing some positions due to other grants running out. So this may keep us on even par. That's a point of discussion that you would need to take up with student services.
Who would know that answer?
Dr. Allen.
Dr. Allen's not here. Okay, because that would be concerning. I mean, this is great. I don't mean that. I'm just saying, are we losing, Dr. Pierce, do you know, are we losing nurses? Right. Yeah, because we're all about adding more nurses to our school system, but are we really adding more nurses, or are we just trying to stay?
So what is happening is we do know that at the end of this year, I believe 2 of our nursing positions that are grant funded we would lose that funding because that funding would end. We are looking at some additional opportunities to try to extend those positions for a period of time. Mr. Britt is working with us to try to determine whether or not we can do that through ESSER or if there are some other avenues. But we do have 2 of those positions that will have their grant funding in at the end of this school year.
And currently we have 19 nurses?
Sounds about
Okay.
right. Yes, ma'am.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Johnson.
Thanks.
Mr. Moore.
Evening, board and members, Dr. DeBracy, Mr. Sue. Tonight, I have one item for you. It's a quit claim deed for Dixon Road Elementary School. Owners of the property adjacent to Dixon Road Elementary need to clear up the title issues to their property, and in order to do so, they have requested a quit claim deed from the board, which would disclaim any ownership in the property on the other side of our property line, established by the board from the existing deed when the property was purchased for Dixon Road Elementary School. So the property to the east was purchased by Mr. and Mrs. Timothy and Aaron Sauls, but because of the fact that the purchase involved multiple parcels and deeds from various individuals who originally owned the property, an area constituting approximately 0.5 acres was not properly titled to the Sauls at the time of sale. So the half acre was not properly conveyed to them. This quitclaim deed helps the Sauls establish clear title to their property, and because the Board of Education is simply denying that it has any ownership interest in the property beyond our property line, staff and legal have reviewed this request and recommend it for approval. The property does not need to be offered to the Board of Commissioners because the Board of Education has never had any legal ownership in the property. So my recommendation for you tonight is for the board to approve this quitclaim deed.
If I'm correct too, it doesn't even abut to our land.
It does.
It does.
Yes, sir.
But it's never been our property.
No, sir.
Okay. I'll make a motion to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. The motion is made by Mr. Wooten. I'll entertain a second.
So moved.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Mr. Vetrano.
Good evening, board members. Again, 2 items for you this evening. Both are action items. The first item is a superintendent's recommendation for an assistant principal at West Smithfield Elementary. We are recommending Carmen Barnes, who is currently employed in our school system, to transition to this new role.
I'll entertain a motion to accept Dr. Bracy's personnel recommendation.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Sessoms, second by Mr. Byrd. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. And at this time, I would also like to recommend to our board, as you all know, we have a vacancy on our board as board secretary. And Dr. Bracy, Mr. Vetrano, Ms. Sessoms, and I had 5 great interviews last week. It was hard to choose one individual over the other, but at the end of the day, we made a decision that we think is best for our board moving forward. But we do appreciate all of our staff that's in-house that did interview for this position, and we wish we could have given it to every one of those. However, with that being said, we would like to announce that Ms. Cynthia Dance will be our new board secretary. And so we look forward to working with Ms. Dance in the coming days. So I would entertain a motion to accept this recommendation.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sessoms. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Vetrano.
Thank you. The second item is a master services agreement with Participate Learning and Johnston County Public Schools. Participate Learning was previously known as VIF. I know some of you are familiar with them. In fact, this year alone, we have a little more than 60 teachers that are in our school system through Participate. They provide our school and other school systems with international education programs and services to increase student knowledge and awareness of other languages and cultures. And they have updated their service agreement, which outlines the guidelines for the programs and services that they offer. And this services agreement has been reviewed by myself, Mr. Britt, from a financial perspective, and from Tharrington Smith. And it's presented for your consideration and approval.
I'll entertain a motion to accept the Learning Master Services Agreement.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Andrews.
Second.
Second by Ms. Sessoms. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last item on our agenda for us is soft choice contract renewal. This is year 5 of the renewal of a 5-year agreement. The Microsoft enrollment for Education Solution is a contract with JCPS, and it basically provides us with our enterprise directory services, our workstations, Microsoft productivity applications, and we are asking the board to approve this contract not to exceed $301,000. It's paid out of local funds. If you have any questions, I have Ms. Michelle Turnage, our technology officer, that can answer those for you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I'll entertain a motion to accept this recommendation to renew this contract not to exceed $301,000. Motion by Ms. Sessom, second by Mr. Byrd. Any questions or comments? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Pierce, and before you leave the podium, I'd just like to thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff do for us in terms of policy and as we go throughout the process of policy review. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There wasn't one class in COVID in when you got your administrative degree, was there?
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnston. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries 7-0. We're now adjourned.